Oh, when we're racing. Got
We're
it.
racing. Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
We're live.
Is it off?
Yeah, we're live.
Can you do an intro?
Is that blinking or not blinking?
Not blinking.
Muted.
Live.
You want to do an intro and tell everybody what we're doing?
Gotta do an intro.
Can we do that? Do an intro? Just tell everybody what we're doing.
It's just gonna be 10.
Is it on? Is it on now?
If you mute that, it doesn't have any other
Braden, solid is on, right? Okay, so we're on?
Yep.
Hopefully we're on. Hi, this is Jim Rose. I'm at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California, here with track owner Mark Pollard. And we're doing another live stream on NorCal Slot Car Scene. So thanks everybody for watching. And check out Motown Slot Car Raceway YouTube channel, because there's some setup tips now from Braden on how to set up some of these cars, as well as some of the other live racing, and we'll be going live there. So definitely go over to Motown Slot Car Raceway on YouTube. There is an older site if you just Google Motown, so make sure you get on Motown Slot Car Raceway. Format today is the same as always. We're going to be running 3 classes. The first class is Slotted Group C, and we qualify and then sort the mains by qualifying order. And the second race of the day is for GT3, I believe. Is GT3 second today? GT3 is the second race. That will be run as a round robin, but the experts and the amateurs will be split separate. So there'll be a separate race for each, separate round robin for each. So the winner of the amateur will be the winner of the amateur, and then the experts will fight it out between them. We'll take a lunch break probably after Group C. We'll see what the timing is. So if we go down after Group C, we will have about a half an hour break, and then we'll come back live. The third race of the day is for Can-Am. Can-Am is a somewhat open class, although the motors are spec'd at 25K or less. Open chassis, open gearing, and so forth. So that'll be the third race of the day. And because of time, we always do the third race as just a straight round robin with all the drivers in one big round robin. So check us out. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us. Can-Am Group C is up next, and we qualify that first, and I am the first qualifier. If you're from NorCal, also go out and check out the Scale Auto 24-hour race that's being live streamed somewhere. You can probably, I'm sure you can find it on Facebook or somewhere else. A couple guys, Cedric, one of our guys from Northern California, is racing on the Electric Dream Team, along with Marco and Eddie Shore and a couple other people I don't know. But that's going on right now. I think it's like 40 teams, 32 lanes. They have 4 8-lane tracks, and it's a 24-hour race. So to show you how far these cars have come and how big this is in Europe. So we're getting ready to start now, and so we'll have qualifying, and then we'll have the main events.
So, Braden, it's solid. It's that. Okay. So,
see where the orange box is on the right, and then that little dash. Nope, down. Just a little, yeah. Down a little bit more. Click it. All right, now warm up. You got enough turn marshals? Got 14 other people.
yeah, let's get some turn marshals for qualifying. Just kind of rotate in and out.
Good.
10 seconds.
Okay, Jim, ready?
3, 2, 1, go. Six, 2, 9. 6, 2, 2. 16.72. 6, 1, 3. 6, 4, 2. 6, 1, 3, 1.
Mike Stahl is up. Kiwi Mike, you're on deck.
That one in the corner. Yeah. Oh, no, a little bit over.
That one.
Oh. Gotta get all that out. Just go up into the middle of the screen. Off of that.
Okay, so close.
You don't have to click it.
Okay, where do you want me?
You want me?
Okay, thank you.
Hit start.
Okay. Mike, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go. Six, 3, 4. 6, 2, 5. 19.54. 8, 6, 9. 9, 1, 1. This time, 6, 2, 5, 3.
Turned me off before the seconds were off. That's rude.
Okay, Kiwi Mike is up. Frankie, you're on deck. Kiwi, ready?
3, 2, 1, go. Six, 5, 5. 6, 5, 2. 6, 4, 4. 6, 4, 0. 6, 5, 5. 6, 4, 6. 6, 4, 5. 6, 5, 3. This time, 6, 4, 0, 8.
Frankie's up. Dave, you're on deck. Ready, Frankie.
3, 2, 1, go. Six, two, ace. Six, three, one. Six, two, ace. Six, three, two. Six, three, four.
19.
Ace, nine, seven. Ace, one, five.
5 seconds, Frankie.
Six, five, six. Six, two, ace, four.
Dave is up. Marcus, you're on deck.
Get his car, guys. Somebody take this spot.
Somebody needs to take Ted's spot over here. Please.
Put Marshall in the corner. Thanks, Clint.
Thank you. Dave, you ready? Okay, here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power. Seven, ace, zero. Seven, three, ace. Seven, two, one. Seven, one, one.
11 seconds.
12.63. Seven, four, six. Best time. 7, 1, 1, 1.
That was Dave's first time on the track qualifying. Let's give him a hand. All right.
Marcus is up. Ted is on deck.
Everybody was good for his first time out here. Everything he did good. No, compared to other guys that have gotten their first time.
Ready, Marcus?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Six, seven, one. Six, four, nine. Six, four, three. Ace, six, six. Six, four, nine. Six, five, five. Six, four, ace. Six, three, one. Six, three, one, seven.
Ted is up. Nakamura is on deck.
Okay.
Here we go, Ted.
3, 2, 1, go. 8, 6, 4. 6, 3, 2. 6, 2, 9. 6, 2, 9. 6, 2, 9.
10 seconds.
6, 3, 6. 6, 2, 7. 6, 2, 7, 2.
Nakamura's on deck. Richard is. Oh, sorry. Nakamura's up. Richard's on deck. Can we rotate out some turn marshals, please? Nakamura ready? Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
That was my own cheat. Yeah, I feel it. Yep, which I have it. Yeah, it's tiny, make that up, yeah. Oh, right there.
7 point, 6.
That was my own cheat. Hang on, someone else.
9, 5, 3. Ace, 5, 6.
20 seconds.
7, 7, 7. 7, 5, 1. 7, 3, 3. 7, 3, 3, 9.
Richard's up. UPS Mike on deck. Ready?
3, 2, 1, go. Six, 7, 9. 6, 8, 2. 9, 8, 8. 6, 7, 5.
20 seconds.
6, 7, 2. 6, 7, 4. 6, 6, 5. 6, 6, 5, 7.
UPS Mike is up. Farley, you're on deck.
He's gone. You should have been up here anyway. Aren't you racing? Yeah, I'm left. I'm off the screen. Not qualifying on blue. I know you did. That's why I'm not qualifying.
Orange Mike. Ready?
3, 2, 1, go. Six, 6, 0, 9. 6, 0, 7. 5, 9, 8. 6, 0, 3. 6, 0, 3. 6, 0, 3.
15 seconds.
5, 9, 1. 5, 9, 3. 6, 0, 6.
Good job.
5, 9, 1, 3.
Farley's up. Peter, you're on deck.
That seems like an easy win. The track record. Yeah, for all of them. Easy win right there. I'm last. I'm off.
Farley ready?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Seven, 0, 9. 11, 1, 4, 7. 6, 8, 7. 6, 9, 4.
15 seconds.
8, 7, 9. 8, 7, 5.
That's it.
Best time. 6, 8, 7, 5.
Peter, you're up. Donnie, you're on deck.
You start breathing hard. Yo, you just tripped and fell in the face.
Peter, ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, Jim was first.
7, 1, 4.
I made Jim first.
7, 3, 9. 7, 1, 6. 6, 9, 4. 7, 1, 2. 7, 0, 1. 7, 1, 2. 6, 9, 4, 9.
Okay, Donnie's up. John is on deck.
Sixes. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm yeah, baby. I'm through. Good luck, Joe.
ace, 5, 2,
No, it wasn't that last period. You said the corner. Yeah, you watched that last time.
6, 7, 3, 6, 7, 2, 6, 6, 1, ace, 1, 0,
15 seconds.
6, 7, 2, 6, 7, 7, 6, 6, 1, 4,
John's up, Braden's on deck. Thank you, Braden. John Frankie has your car. Thank you, Frankie. John, ready? Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. Seven, 1, 9, 10.25, 7, 1, ace, 7, 1, 0, ace, 7, 4,
10 seconds.
9, 0, 0,
Not going to make it.
7, 1, 0, 7,
John, commit. Good job. Okay, Braden's the last one.
That's about right. Oh, I'm not in the point standings.
Ready? Braden, ready?
Says you're
Okay.
a wuss. UPS Mike says you're a wuss.
2, 1, go. Six, 6, ace, 6, 6, 2,
Ooh.
I was on my side.
ace, 9, 1,
Huh?
6, ace, 4, 6, 6, 3, ace, 9,
10 seconds.
6, 3, 7,
That's it.
6, 3, 7, 7,
Rate and result? I don't know, do we know where we print this out?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought better to do it than not to do it. Oh, I have.
You have it printed?
Yeah.
Huh? I know. Okay.
Okay, first heat. Farley's on white, Peter's on green, John's on orange, Dave's on blue, Nakamura's on yellow.
To it. I got blocked by Mark.
You going up there? What? Where are you going? These 5 are turn marshaling right now.
Okay.
So call them.
So I numbered 3, 2, 1, going up 5, 5, 5.
Yeah.
I've got the clicker.
All right. So call them up. Top 5.
All right, the turn marshals for this heat are UPS Mike, Jim, Mike Stahl, Ted, and Frankie. Those are your 5 turn marshals. So again, the turn marshals are UPS Mike, Jim, Mike Stahl, Ted, and Frankie. Unless someone tells you to go away. Richard, you're not one of those 5 names.
Am I racing on the top group? I should be right. 6. I'm 6. I race on the top group.
You're in the second group. All right, here we are for the first heat in today's 132nd racing action at Motown Raceway. We'll get this action going and stay tuned and appreciate you being here. This is Motown Mark doing the announcing today. Everybody ready? Warm up. Here goes warm up.
See. Oh wait, we're gonna have to change it.
Because why? Why do we have to change it?
Because it's not right. I have to change something after they're done.
Braden's going to change the lineup slightly after the warm-up. You just got to reorient something.
No, I'm not.
No, you're
I'm
not.
changing the setting in the race.
Oh, setting in the race. So.
Three, two, one, power.
We're just going through a 1-minute warm-up session right now.
Three, two, one, power.
Who's on white?
No, you can sit down. I just need to change something.
All right, we're lined up. Almost. All right. All right. Our racer's ready. Watch your light.
Three, two, one, go.
Everybody's feeling out the lanes right now. Looking at the lap times, they're pretty slow right now.
Track code. Three, two, one, go.
Excuse me. We have 17 racers in total participating today, 15 in this particular race. This is our Group C class. We have 15 racers, so we will be racing 5 racers per heat across the 6 lanes of the track. And yes, I have a cold, so apologies if I sniff. Right now we got Farley and Peter. Everyone's sneaking up on 15, 16 laps here. Dave, who's on blue, is our new driver. He hasn't participated in a race before. So we're looking forward to him getting that experience today.
Track call.
Lap times are starting to come down now.
3, 2, 1, go. 30 seconds.
Peter, who's on green with the green shirt, is one of our newer racers. Only been participating in the hobby for a few months. Came in cold, looking for a hobby, and latched on to 132nd Racing.
In the stint. Please change lanes.
All right, so we've got Farley with 24.42 laps. So we got Farley leading the charge at 24.4 laps. Peter is right behind him at 23.81. We've got John, Dave, Nakamura, all in the 20s. And lap times are starting to come down across the board. John's got the best lap time right now with 6.9 seconds.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. We are strictly a slot car racing shop. We race both 124th and these 132nd cars. We also have a scale quarter-mile drag strip. We appreciate you joining our broadcast. We look forward to our upcoming 132nd race that is being offered by Electric Dream Slot Cars in El Segundo, California. It's called the MR Slot Car Challenge. That'll be May 17th and 18th here, and you can stay tuned for that live broadcast over on Electric Dream's YouTube site. It's an Electric Dreams race, but held here at Motown Raceway.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, go. Track call.
I think his brains are probably too low. Check the brain.
3, 2, 1, go.
Even wheeled it a little bit.
If you're wondering how the track calls are running here at Motown, you look over at the far side, you have Kathy standing by the end of the track. Kathy is our de facto race director for many of our racing series, and she's actually holding a button. And rather than a space bar push that a lot of people use, Kathy is actually controlling all the track call activity right from her fingertips. She prefers standing right there. She thinks it gives her the best view of the track. Big John and Farley and Peter are all in the 14
Here we
laps.
go. 3,
Nakamura's at 12 and
go.
Dave is coming up strong at 10.6.
track call.
Again, this is his first race, so this is valuable learning
Here we
curve
go.
for him.
3, 2, 1, power. Attention, 1 minute left.
Right now we got Farley in first. Peter's lap behind. In second, John is also in third, just about a lap behind.
10 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, we got Farley in first with 48.8 laps. Peter and Big John are close behind with in the 47s. Nakamura's got almost 44 laps. And Dave, with his first time out here, is only a few short laps behind Nakamura for that fourth spot. All right, we're hearing that some other racing activity here is really drowning out this microphone. It's unfortunate, but we are open to the public, and hopefully during some moments you can hear what we're saying.
30 seconds.
But apologies for that. Of course, during the May 17th and 18th MR Slot Car Challenge race, we won't have any external noise. But we appreciate you watching the action, even if you can't hear what we're saying.
Three, two, one, go.
We've adjusted the microphone to see if we can get some better volume out of it.
Track call. Three, two, one, go.
Braden. Right now we got Farley with 61 laps and Peters is close behind with 60. Big John is at 60. So Farley's starting to put some ground between John and Peter. No lap times to speak of. No one's touched in the sixes yet this heat.
Attention, 1 minute.
1 minute to go in this heat. Third of 6 heats for this group of 5. Today we're racing Group C, GT3 class, and Can-Am. Popular car at Motown for GT3 nowadays is the newer NSR C8 Corvette. You'll see a lot of those on the track today. Can-Am, the new Lolas, NSR, are popular. You know, Thunder Slots, of course. And the 9083 Porsches are, everyone seems to be building some of those recently. You'll see some of those in action today.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Get somebody to service John's car, please. What's wrong with it, Joe? It's not green. I'm in the hole. This stuff is by Jim. All right. Thank you. It's on an orange fan. I think you put it down over this end.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, Big John and Peter are fighting for second place at this point. Farley is just comfortably whistling his way across the track. Driving nice and comfortable.
Going on blue.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Fastest lap time last heat was 7.038 seconds from John. Lap times have been getting faster overall. Each heat.
30 seconds.
Our qualifying times for this race range from 5.9 seconds to 7.3 seconds. So there's a group of varied racers here, as you could imagine. Excuse me.
3, 2, 1.
Fun to have a cold. And we're off. Heat number 4 of 6. People are racing a lot of different types of tires, of course, but the Motown Spec tire is very popular. We've got some of the grade NSR WRE compound tires running.
3, 2, 1, go.
We run Super Grips much of the time here at Motown. It's the tire that seems to work overall the best. Our track is different than some other tracks, as we also employ this track for 124 scale racing, NASCAR style. So we do glue up the track, and then we strip the glue for the 132nd scale racing. Track overall right now is in decent track surface condition for these guys. Sometimes how often you wipe the track or proximity to a race is something we always explore. But today the track is in I won't say optimal, but it's in very good shape. Traction without too much traction. Most racers here do not polish their tires. We don't polish them to make them more sticky. They usually come right off the tire truer, or 80 grit or 120 grit, and go right on the track. That seems to be the preferred method today to run the tires here overall. Everybody does things a little different, of course. All right. John's trying to sneak up on Farley. Peter's fallen somewhat behind for third place. So John's in second, Peter's in third. Dave is actually doing quite well this heat, and he's got 18 laps versus Nakamura, who's a couple laps behind. So Dave is actually doing quite well. Dave is on orange, which is the center qualifying lane, so it's the one you want to be on if you want to try to catch up. All right, heat 5. We're going into heat 5, so we've got Farley with 95.93, but Big John is sneaking up on him. He's in the same lap. So we got Farley in first with 95.93, but John is now snuck up into the same lap at 95.02. Peter had a little faltering effort there, but he's going to try and catch back up to John. And Dave had a good heat, 22.26 laps, and Nakamura's still ahead of him, but he snuck up a little bit. Again, we've got some racing action going on in the background, and that's causing a disturbance in the microphone level. We apologize for that, but again, we are open to the public. It is a public track, and it's unfortunate circumstances today, but it doesn't affect what you can see out there. So we appreciate you watching.
Go.
All right, here we are. Second to last heat. And Farley is in the lead, but Big John's right behind him.
Oh, never mind. No, I thought that was all wrong way. I saw multiple colors on it. Green on there too, huh? Yeah, I saw multiple colors different.
This was a qualifying race setup, so the 5 people racing we're at the bottom end of the qualifying session. Then we will move up to the next 5. The big shocker in this qualifying session was that Braden, who's a perennial top of the list, towards the top of the list guy, finished out of the top 5. Braden finished in 7th. Braden claimed a motor issue, and it did look like there was something going on for sure. But he doesn't care. He'll still fight his way through. UPS Mike was top qualifier today, and that was he beat out Jim by almost 0.2 of a second. And I think even Jim was surprised at that, although I think Jim expected to be in the 5s, and his car just did not perform like he probably felt it should have. And the other ones, Mike Stahl, Mike S, on Ted Essie, and Frankie Vadlis. They're all typical at the top of the list type qualifiers. So, an up-and-coming racer that we think is suddenly making some inroads to becoming a top racer is Marcus. Marcus is actually has been racing for quite a while, but he suddenly has learned some secrets, and his driving style has improved. So Marcus is sneaking towards the top of the list ever so slowly. So we're keeping an eye. Everyone's keeping an eye on Marcus because he could jump into the next echelon of racers at any time.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Marcus will be in the next group. Ian, we miss you. I know you're dealing with a little bit of a little cough issue, but wish you could be here, of course. And of course, Mr. O.D., who was here before. We appreciate last weekend anyway with you. We would love to have both of you there.
Attention, 1 minute.
Our 132nd program here at Motown has continued to grow. We're trying to provide an atmosphere for all racers, but the 132nd racers in particular, are a very dedicated group, and they not only race themselves, they try to bring other people into the hobby, and it has worked. In the last year, we've had some very good growth in that style of racing. It provides us with a great group of racers who participate quite often.
Don't move your cars after this heat.
That's one reason why Electric Dreams provided us the opportunity for the MR Slot Car Challenge race here at Motown on May 17th and 18th. For you LA guys, there's still time to sign up. Marco's going to be back from Italy. He's going to be harassing you down there, so we want Marco to fill the van, is what we say here. Fill the van with some LA racers. Come up here and challenge us. We'll be down there to challenge you in June for your version of the MR Slot Car Challenge. And we just want to have a couple of you up here to challenge our racers up here.
3, 2, 1, go.
We're in our last heat here. Heat 6 out of 6 for this first group of 5 racers. Right now we've got Farley with 128. Big John is in second place with 127. I don't think he can catch Farley at this point. He's almost a lap down, a little over a lap down. And Peter's right now, as I think he's trying to eyeball John to see if he can catch him, but I don't see that being possible also because he's more than a lap down. If there's ever a time to go for it, it's now. This is the moment. Dave has now surpassed Nakamura in total lap count. Dave's got 113. Nakamura's hanging around 112. Peter's a lap down on John right now. A little over a lap, about a lap and a half. So they're still battling for position here this last heat with a minute to go. Minute to go with Farley in first. 136, 137 laps. Big John's in second, about a lap and a half behind. Peter's trying to catch John, but he's about a lap and a half down on him. Dave has taken over fourth place with 117 laps. Peter and Dave have the same lap, 19 laps apiece. They're very close to one another, so Dave's having a good run, a good heat this time. 20 seconds to go. Farley's in a comfortable, commanding lead to 142 laps. John's at 141. Peter's at 140.
In the race.
And that's it.
Zone correction. We got this one.
All right.
49.
White.
49.
White for 49. Green.
82. 82.
82.
82.
Orange.
87.
87. Yellow.
89.
89. And purple.
32.
32. 3-2. All right. So far, we had Farley with 143.87 laps. John with 141.89. Peter was just behind him. Peter had him for a while, and he gave it up. And then Dave with 122.82, and Nakamura with 119.32.
Break? You want a break?
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting ready for the B heat in slotted spec group C. These cars are running stock gearing, stock motors, and they're as close to stock as most of the classes we have. We do allow changing the rear tires and the rear wheels.
what he was saying, when that guy's going around with the wing cars, it just drowns everything out, but it is what it is. And I've told the audience a couple times.
See who we've got in this race. We've got Marcus starting on white, Kiwi Mike starting on orange, Donnie on blue, Richard on yellow, and B-Main Braden on green. I would make a comment about Braden being in the B heat, but I was in the B heat last race, so I can't make much of a comment.
Turn marshals.
No, warm up. Warm up.
Oh, the mouse
Other
went.
mouse. That's blue. Yellow right there. Just right click to wake it up. Oh yeah.
Okay, we are doing about a 1 minute warm up. See if these guys can get the rust out of their system. We've got that bright pink car, Kiwi Mike starting on orange. These are qualifiers number 6 through 11, if I did my math right.
I don't have my green.
30 seconds.
So 20 seconds left in the warm-up. I was saying before, these are fairly close to stock. We do allow rear wheel and tire changes. Yeah, it looks like everybody's done with their warm-up. Pulling them in. And we'll get the B heat started. We sort this by qualifying, so this is the middle of the pack in terms of qualifiers today. But anybody can win the race. So this is not at B main, this is a B heat. If you turn the most laps in this heat and nobody in the A heat does better, you win the race overall. So we're getting them all lined up. Kiwi Mike's on the line. Richard's on the line with a red, white, and blue Nissan. So we've got see a Porsche coming out. Sure, Braden's running a Nissan. Interesting enough, TQ today with a new track record UPS Mike with a Jaguar XJR10. Impressive performance. See if he can do that in the race. Okay, quarter marshals, we need everybody out there. We need somebody on the back side over by the Raceway sign. We need a volunteer marshal. If you just raced, you should be out here marshaling.
If you can move the stool. Oh, that stool, yeah, that's right, he does sit on the stool, sorry. No, I didn't see that. I need one here.
So we'll see how this goes. Again, Marcus on white, Braden on green, Kiwi Mike on orange, Donnie on blue, and Richard on yellow. We've got the marshals coming out. Drivers ready? We got marshals?
Wait, I need one more.
We need one more marshal.
I need somebody here. UPS Mike, Frankie, one of you guys, I need you, please.
We need a volunteer marshal, please.
Ted's gonna take it. We'll take turns on heats. Rotate you guys in and out.
Okay, with 15 cars, we're running 5, 5, and 5 in these mains.
Okay, Jim?
And we are ready to go. Okay, drivers, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
It's like UPS Mike jumps out to the early lead. That bright pink car on the orange lane. Track record is now 5.92, I believe. So if you can get these cars in the 5-second bracket on this track, you're going pretty fast. Got Braden in green challenging Mike for the lead down the straightaway around the 290s through the carousel, and Braden makes a mistake. So Kiwi Mike out front. Everybody's on the lead lap for now. Only 30 seconds into this race. This is 6 heats of 3 minutes per lane. This is kind of where we started at Motown with Group C was one of our first classes along with Formula One. So everybody has typically numerous Group C cars. Fast time is Braden at 6'3", Kiwi Mike at 6'4". So Braden trying to reel in the leader. About a straightaway difference right now. Halfway through the race. Speaking of track records, up on the scoreboard, you can see on the right-hand side, one of those looks wrong, but that should be the track records that have been set in various times. You can see the actual date on there when that lap was set. I know the blue lane is incorrect, but I think the others are right. Marcus now has moved into second. Marcus is on the white lane, which on this track, especially with these cars, is the slowest lane. No, there's not a huge difference, maybe a tenth or so. The under overpass kind of equals out the lanes, but you rarely have a track that has equal lanes, even though they may have identical lap lengths. So white tends to be the slowest lane on this track. He's only a half a lap down. Braden now is up to the fast lap to 6'2", but he's running third on the track.
30 seconds.
Like I said before, when this heat's over and then when the A heat is over, we'll put all the lap times together and sort it out. We have an expert class and an amateur class. So it's possible for an amateur to win the race overall, but if he does, he probably won't be an amateur much longer. And that is the first heat.
Please change lanes.
Yes, Ian, UPS Mike's been really fast in this class lately. 5.8 on the yellow lane. So it's definitely possible to do. Not too many people are running the 5-second bracket with these cars. The next class coming up is GT3, and we'll be in the mid-5s with those cars, so probably about 0.4 of a second faster. And then Can-Am, the third class of the day, they're very similar in lap times to the GT3 cars. They're probably a little bit faster, but not by a whole lot. The Group C cars are kind of right in the middle of the road for the classes we run. The Revo slot sedans are a little slower.
Attention, 1 minute left.
But again, this is just a fun class. We have a variety of cars as far as the marks of the cars, the real cars, Porsches and Nissans and Jaguars and such. Makes for a good-looking field. And like I said before, it's a very simple class. We don't allow too many modifications to it. Stock chassis, stock gears.
30 seconds.
So it's a good, inexpensive way to get into the sport without a car that's super hard to drive or quite frankly, a little bit too fast for some of the beginners that we have. So it's a great class to get started in.
It's there and it's not. It's there and it's not.
And here we go with heat 2 of 6 in the B heat.
3, 2, 1, go.
Thanks everybody out there watching on NorCal Slot Car Scene here at Motown Raceway. Be sure to check out Motown's YouTube channel as well, Motown Slot Car Raceway. Eventually we're going to be turning that over to them, and so it'll be live streamed specifically on their channel. Right now we're using all their equipment, the multi-camera system and so forth on the NorCal Slot Car Scene channel. In 2 weeks we have the MR Slot Car Challenge put on by Electric Dreams, but being held here at Motown. There are 2 MR Slot Car Challenge races. The first one is in 2 weeks here at Motown, and then the month after there'll be a similar race with similar or virtually the same rules at Electric Dreams. So we're trying to get some people from Southern California to come up and get beat like they usually do when they come up here, and that is a SmackDown challenge. Kiwi Mike still out front. Kiwi Mike is the owner of Silicon City Speedway in San Jose, and he just had it off, so that'll tighten the lead up just a little bit. But Braden is now taking over the lead, so that cost him. Braden running in the 6.2s, Mike running in the 6.4s. You can see Mike slowing down when he goes to white. That's just inevitable. Just have to run as fast as you can on white and minimize the damage. Just like any other slot car track. One minute to go in this second heat of 6.
1 minute left.
We'll have the Slotted Nationals coming up later this year at Electric Dreams, which is typically the biggest 32nd scale slot car race in the United States. I've said it's the best race in the world, and I got a lot of flack from my European friends, but that's my opinion. I think it's one of the best races I've ever attended. Braden now has pulled out a lap lead over Marcus, who is now in second. Kiwi Mike hanging in there on white. So it'll flip around when he gets out of the slow lane, and some of the other guys get in the slow lanes.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
2 heats in, we've got Braden at 55.5, Marcus at 54, so only a half a lap down. Kiwi Mike's in third at 54 laps virtually, so we've got 3 cars fighting it out for the lead. Very, very close. If you're out there at the race 32nd scale on the
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Motown Slot Car Raceway website, there's some setup tips now from Braden on how to build a hypercar. And I see a lot of people out there saying that these cars are hard to drive and overpowered, but they're setting pretty much lap records at every track in Northern California now. The Scale Auto hypercar is the fastest car out there. So you need to get them set up right.
Attention.
Obviously, they are a handful to drive because they've got extremely powerful motors in them. But they definitely, once you get them set up, they drive extremely well. So we got people from all over the world out there. We've got Ian Douglas from about 90 miles down the road. We've got Dennis Murray from Tasmania.
30 seconds.
Got Brad's Slot Car Circuit. I think, aren't you semi-local to Northern California? I'm not sure who you are, but Brad's Slot Car Circuit is your name on here. Love to see you come out and either watch or race with us. We've got a pretty good program going between here and Fast Track, just north of Sacramento for the commercial tracks, as well as all the home tracks.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go.
Heard the track call. I don't think there's too many out there that are new to racing, but we have an issue that a car off the track on the floor, or a car goes in another lane, like just now, a car off in the straightaway where it's going to get clobbered. We just call track, momentarily stop the race, then restart it.
Here we go. 3,
track call. I'm going to follow Kiwi Mike's car around the track right now because it's very easy to see. It probably picks up on the live stream. It's the pink car going around the carousel down the inside straight, around the donut, down the main straightaway. And the lap counter is right there, right in the middle of that inside straight, and there's a kink right after it. In some lanes it can be taken to full punch, and some lanes it can't. Track call we also use if there's a track repair issue. So it looks like we may have something going on with the blue lane.
Roll it just in case.
Got a wing car running behind me. I know that Mark said something before. There's not much we can do about this because the track is open to the public, and the wing car tends to make noise and plays havoc with our live stream video. But track is open to the public, even though we're racing on this track. We've got people on the drag strip. The drag strip, if you're on the driver's panel, from the driver's point of view, the drag strip's on the left side of the building. And Braden has an off in purple. Purple's a fast lane, but sometimes it can be tricky to drive because it has a couple really tight corners. So we've got Braden out front, Kiwi Mike on the tail end of the lead lap. They're running nose to tail almost right now. So Braden trying to put a full lap on Kiwi Mike in green. Braden is in purple. Braden running 6.4, Marcus running 6.4, Kiwi Mike running 6.4. So the top three cars in this heat are all running similar lap times. It's very difficult to gain ground, but it's easy to lose ground.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, power.
Got a minute to go in this heat, and then we'll be halfway through the B heat.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Brad Slot Car Circuit is 75 miles north of Sacramento, so we know where Fast Track is. It's in Rockland, which is a northeast of Sacramento. And we typically race there the fourth Sunday of the month. They race 24 scale there quite often. It's on their website, fasttrackhobbies.com, I believe it is. You can check out their schedule, but for 32nd, it's the fourth Sunday. 24 scale, it's Saturday night.
Track call. 3, 2, 1, power.
A lot of track calls in this heat, unfortunately, and that slows things down because the cars come to a dead stop. So you do lose a little time relative to the field with the track calls. If you have a heat with a bunch of track calls, you can be in trouble. So after 3 heats, Braden at 81.5, second Kiwi Mike at 81 even, third is Marcus at 80.6. We still have 3 cars on the lead lap. Motown Raceway is here in Modesto, California, so we're about an hour and a half east of San Francisco, about an hour south of Sacramento. If you're ever in the neighborhood, check them out.
Hey guys, we're gonna have pizza today. So you know, pizza day today.
Hey Dennis, you're in Tasmania. It's just a quick flight over. We're having free pizza for lunch, so come on over. If you want to check out Motown, they're open Wednesday through Saturday and some Sundays. So check their website if you're going to come out. They typically open on the weekdays at 4 o'clock. So if you're in local or semi-local, you can get out here, check them out. But yeah, check their website for the exact hours. Because although this is a business, this is, as a lot of slot car tracks, this is kind of a labor of love. The owners are typically not in it to make a living. Some of them are, and there's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of the slot car tracks, even some of the commercial tracks, just need to kind of break even to keep going, which is great. We love the people that have the assets to do that and have the time and the energy and are willing to do that for all the racers. So specifically here, Mark Pollard at Motown Raceway. And here we go with heat 4 of 6. Braden goes to yellow. Braden has it off in the first 30 seconds. That car does not look good for a Braden car. I'm not sure what's going on, but he did not qualify what he usually does. And as they say, it makes up for the lack of handling by having the slowest top speed out there. So the car kind of looks okay, but it's just not turning lap times what we're used to from Braden. 6.3 is okay, but it's not top caliber in this group. You need to be right around 6 flat or under to be in it for the win, overall win in this class. One of the things I'm noticing with his car, it looks pretty slow around the donut. And that typically is too sticky of a tire. These cars, because they have, as slot cars go, they have very little power. And if you want to compare it to something in real racing, you might compare it to Formula Ford. Very little power, but they handle well. But if you don't pick the right tire, it's amazing how much having a too sticky of a tire can do in terms of corner speed and straight line speed.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
It can be as much as 3 or 4 tenths of a second difference if you have the wrong tire that's just too sticky. The car will feel great, but it just won't have any speed. You need to, if you want to compare it, totally different apples to oranges kind of thing. At Indy, you go out to Indy, put the wings on it, you can go 220 miles an hour, but you got to trim it out to win. And so trimming it out with these cars we do with tires typically. Trim it out, gets faster, gets a little harder to drive. So it's as with any race car ever built, it's all a balancing act between speed and handling. Braden's still out front. He's now got a lap on Kiwi Mike and Marcus, but they're close. I think Braden's going to end on white if I'm looking at the computer correctly, which means he'll be in the slow lane at the end, so he needs to build out a little bit of a lead. Ten seconds to go in heat 4.
Practical. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, Dennis, I think you're right. Maybe Braden spent too much time with his hypercar, which we're going to be start racing here in a couple races. We have postponed it a little bit, partly because the MR slot car race coming up is taking a lot of time. People are building those. And I think most people have the hypercars now, so we'll see those racing here pretty soon. And I think when that happens, I'm pretty sure, based on lap times that people have run with those cars, we'll see an overall track record. I think the overall track record here is in the 6.3s, but we've seen 6.2s out of those cars in testing, so we'll see. After this heat, there will be the A heat, and that will conclude Group C for the day. Then we'll go to GT3, but we will take a break. So after the A heat of Group C, we'll probably have about a half hour to 40-minute downtime. So if you want to take a break and have lunch yourself, if you're in our time zone, Or if you're in Tasmania, it might be almost breakfast time. So, but we'll be down for about 30 or 40 minutes. If you're watching this later after the fact, when it's, if you're watching next week when we go put this on YouTube as a regular video, I'll cut out the downtime, so there won't be a downtime between the two races on the video when it's played back. Since we've got people watching here live, there will be downtime after the next heat, the A heat, which is going to be, and I don't remember who's in the A heat. UPS Mike set that new track record in qualifying. I think I was second. Mike Stahl, Ted Essie, and Frankie. I think that's the top five. I'd have to look and see.
3, 2, 1, power.
Okay, Braden's got about a lap and a half lead over second place, so he's going to have to. That's pretty close to being what he might lose, depending on if he keeps crashing like that. But you kind of expect to lose time when he goes to white, which will be his last heat. So you've got to have a lead if you're going to white. (6-3) for Braden, 6-5 for Richard and Marcus. Kiwi Mike, 6-6 in purple. Braden's been running 6-3s pretty much on all the lanes.
Oh yeah?
Braden's running 6-3s on orange. I think that's about what he qualified on orange. Halfway through this heat, still got Braden out front. Marcus now is in second. Kiwi Mike's in third. Richard fourth, and Donnie fifth.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power. Attention, 1 minute.
Shout out there to Marty Ford. Marty's always watching us when we do the live streams. If you're interested in talking about slot cars, check out Two Lines with Marty Ford. It's a live stream on Tuesday nights at 5 p.m. Pacific time, usually about an hour and a half. Sometimes it's just the people there. Sometimes there's a guest. He has a guest on. Last week he had Todd Ullery. So it's a fun one to watch. You can text in questions. Todd was talking about the GT cars, and I texted in a question, what would be the GT car that you would run if you had the choice in an open GT race? And he chose the Scale Auto Viper.
Exchange lanes.
So Todd does come up and race with us occasionally. I believe he's got relatives in Northern California, so he's kind of a closet Northern California person. So after 5 heats, we've got 1 3-minute heat to go. Braden's going to the slow lane, so see what he can do. Marcus has moved into second. So he's a lap and a half behind, 136.2 to second place, 134.6. The computer kind of guesstimates what your
1 minute,
total
30
laps are
seconds.
at this point in time. At the end of each main, then we'll actually go in the computer and mark specifically where they are on the track. There's numbers from 1 to 100 all the way around the track on the, you may be able to see them on the boards, sideboards. Because the computer does its best guess, but if you crash on the last lap, it doesn't know that, and it may overestimate your laps, or sometimes it underestimates it. So what you see up there now is a guesstimate in terms of the fractions of a lap. But at the end of this heat, then we'll actually check the cars where they are on the track and get an accurate count of number of laps and number of segments. Kiwi Mike's dropped a lap back, so he's at 133.5, Marcus at 134.5, and Braden is just a little under 136.5. So we've got lap and a half about between the top three cars.
30 seconds.
And like I said, Braden is going to what's theoretically the slow lane. Marcus is going to the fast lane. Kiwi Mike is going to not the fastest lane probably, but it is a fast lane, definitely faster than White. So we'll see how this all shakes out with 10 seconds left to go before the start of the final heat of the B main event, so to speak. The silence is deafening. The crowd is going crazy. The anticipation is high. Braden is getting ready to choke.
1. Power.
And I know Ian's out there. Ian, hope you're feeling better. So Braden with a 6.5 on White, so he's still the fastest car on the track. So it's going to be tough for Marcus to make that up. But as I say that, he has an off, so that costs you about a third of a lap. Marcus now running 6.5. Kiwi Mike at 6.4. So those two are fairly close. It's about a lap separating each of the first to second, second to third. All three of the top cars are running 6.4, so it doesn't look like any of those three are going to pull away from the others, so it's going to come down to mistakes.
Track call.
Track call with a minute and a half to go. You can see the total laps. Braden 149.5, Marcus 148. So still a lap and a half difference. He's not making up any time, so it's as they say right now, it's kind of Braden's to lose. I don't see him making any more mistakes. The car is pretty slow, but it does look stable. It's one thing if it's a handful to drive and slow. But he doesn't need to push it to win this main, but again, he's looking for the total overall laps, because at the end of the three mains, we'll put all the times together and sort the results based on that. So almost always the winner of the A heat is the winner overall, because those are the fastest qualifiers. But sometimes at some point in time we'll see the B heat winner win the race overall, but it hasn't happened yet. It happened one time that I'm aware of at Electric Dreams, but that was because they let one of the fast guys run in the B main because he told everybody he had somewhere he had to be. I won't mention who that is, Rick Jocham, but they let him do that, so he won the race overall from the B main.
Track call.
Rick and Walt, if you guys are out there,
Here we go.
I hope you are. Hope you see this or hear this.
Go.
Love to get you up here and race again. 20 seconds to go in the B heat. And we're down to 10 seconds. Definitely don't want to make a mistake now and lose a third of a lap or maybe even a half a lap. to the competitors from the other heat. So you're still trying to put together the laps and the overall lap. So Braden's going to take it at 163.1. Zone correction.
White. Talk loud. White. 18. Oop, not 118.
What are you doing?
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
Come on.
on. What?
Come on. You're slow. Green?
34.
Oh. Orange?
26.
Yellow?
51.
84? Purple?
51.
All right.
Do your result so we can see where they're at.
Okay.
We're in Modesto.
Oh, we're in Modesto.
I knew that before we did that.
We are in Modesto.
I'm a pretty smart feller.
All right, up now our last heat. UPS Mike, Jim, Mike Stahl, Ted, and Frankie. Your top 5 qualifiers. We're looking for who wants to be our next race announcer when I go to get the pizza. Who wants to be a star?
How much does it pay?
Nobody.
How much does it pay?
What's that?
How much does it pay?
Yeah.
Free pizza.
Mr. Kiwi Mike has volunteered to be race announcer. Here we go. Good luck. You're live right now.
Well, welcome back everybody to Motown Raceway.
Release this. Get rid of this. We just got to click start when.
Want to do a warm up? Yeah. This is a sensitive mouse, folks. There we go. Guys are warming up their cars. Starting grid for the next heat. UPS Mike's coming in on white. Jim's on green. Mike Stahl's on orange. Ted's on blue. And Frankie's on yellow. Top qualifiers, top 5.
Use it or lose it.
Pardon? We need turn marshals for this heat, please. Turn marshals, turn marshals, report to the track, please. Don't be shy. It's a fun thing to do, turn marshalling. All you got to do is just watch your corner. That's all you have to do. It's real easy. Just pay attention to your corner, don't watch the race, and help these guys get back on as smoothly as possible. Thank you, turn marshals. We love you. Okay, the guys are lining up their cars. Mike Stahl is looking confident. He's got a big grin on his face. Jim's throwing out a bit of voodoo out there on the track.
Turn marshals.
Second call for turn marshal, second call. Looks like we have a bunch of Nissans on the grid with one lone Jaguar, the Bud Light Jag, driven by Mike, UPS Mike. Mike was top qualifier. We're ready to go, folks.
This is a good one right here.
I do, yeah, I'll throw one aside for you.
You're responsible for
Okay. Oh, Mike's not using wheel skirts. That could be a punishable offense. Might have to buy some pizza.
Mike is the lone.
I think so. Yeah, we're looking good.
You need the wheel skirts. Alright, let's go.
Okay, Mike, we're good.
3,
Here we go, folks.
1, go.
They're off into the donut. Jim's out to a quick lead on green. Mike Stoll's looking confident. Ooh, he just came out of the slot on white. Off the main straight. Followed by Mike Stoll.
Here we go. 3,
Jim popped out of the green lane.
power.
Off they go. Mike Stoll's just getting in the groove. So is Mike P. Ooh. Mike P overcooked that lead on.
2, 1, power.
The car of choice today is the Nissan, but the Jaguar is showing some great promise. It's got a mighty motor in it. It's handling very well on white. Nice 6.2 on white, 4.9 for Mike P, aka UPS Mike. We got 3 mics in the house today, so don't get confused with your mics. There's a mic on the mic. I don't know what to say about that. Some good battles going on with Ted and Jim. Neck and neck.
2, 1, go. Track code.
Mike Stoll has finally decided he needs his glasses on. Jim says that's not a track call. I kind of agree with him on that one. He's got his glasses. He can see better, I said.
3, 2, 1,
And we can push it into the lead.
track code.
Another
3,
Someone came off on the lead on.
go.
There we go. It's the first heat of 5. Yellow's having some difficulty. Frankie in yellow, he's struggling a bit, but he'll charge back to the front. Don't you worry. It's UPS Mike out to a nice comfy lead at the moment. Chasing down third place, Mike Stoll. Correction, that was Ted he's chasing down. Mike Stoll's hanging though with Mike P. UPS Mike and the Jaguar. Immaculately prepared. XJ10 I think it is. The long wheelbase model.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute left in the heat. Mike Stoll and Mike UPS Mike going neck and neck. Jim's in second, followed by Ted in third on blue lane. Hotly pursued by Mike Stoll on orange. Jim's making a sniffing for the lead there. He's about 6 car lengths behind UPS Mike. He's got a sniff. Little bubble there on the carousel. Ooh, look at that roll on that green car. It just rolled right up to the back of the Bud Light Jag.
2, 1, go.
Must be not be using much brake. Or has a nicely meshing gear mesh, allow him to roll.
10 seconds.
First heat's nearly over, 5 to go. UPS Mike holding the point. Jim just came off in the donut. Got a bit of relief for UPS Mike. He's gained half a lap. That little bobble by Jim. Closely followed by Ted and Blue, who is now moving to purple. 28.5 for UPS Mike. Jim in second with 28.4, followed by Mike Stall and Ted in third with 27.89, followed by Mike Stall 27.2, Frankie with 26.73. Good numbers. 3-minute heats here today. Ted's giving his car some love. He's putting it on purple lane, which is the correct color.
Attention, 1 minute left.
UPS Mike. UPS Mike just checking the tires. He seems happy with them. He's got a half a lap lead on Jim. Jim had a bobble in the donut right at the very end of the heat.
30 seconds.
Drivers are back in their positions. Cars are in the right lanes. We're ready to go. Heat number 2.
Oh no, they're gonna make us run those too. Yeah, that's what Marco says a rule might be.
Here we go. Heat 2. Let's see what's going to happen.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
UPS Mike's in green. He's off. Here comes Jim in blue, closely followed by Ted in purple. Mike Stall's rocking away in white. And Frankie is in orange, his favorite lane. He should be storming around the track. Let's see what Frankie can unleash. Claw back a few laps. He's setting a good time, 6.270. Mike Stall on 32. The leader's Mike, UPS Mike with 34, now 35. Jim with 35. Mike. Ted closely followed, 36. He's right up there. He's about half a lap behind. Everyone's driving very smoothly and quickly as well. Cars are looking well settled. No one's overdriving anything. Ted's pushing hard on purple. Gonna make up some laps. He's got a sniff of UPS Mike there, running out front, trying to get a lap back. Oh, Frankie just flipped it on orange, but he's good. He's back in the slot. Farley did a great job there of marshalling that car. Very quick. City Morgue, you kill him, we chill him. One Hung Lo Chinese restaurant. Somebody picked up, it wasn't me.
Attention, 1 minute left.
1 minute to go in the heat. Still UPS Mike on the point, closely followed by Jim. Ted's solid in third. Mike Stall pushing in fourth. Frankie in fifth. Not far behind. Maybe quarter of a lap. Things are settling down now. Drivers in the groove. Fingers are well lubricated.
30 seconds.
Everybody's hitting their marks. Getting the most they can out of the cars. That jag looks good though. She's planted and quick. Got some great straight line speed and planted in the turns. I like it.
10 seconds.
Wow, we had one stand up on his side and flop back in the slot on white lane. Mike Stoll,
Please change lanes.
right there on the keyhole. Or is it the carousel? I'm not sure what to call that turn. The tight 180 degree hairpin. I'll call it the carousel. I'll have to ask one of the Motown locals what they call that complex of turns there, coming around the downhill sweeper, 180 sweeper downhill into the carousel, I think it is.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
Mike Stoll, I'm sorry, a correction, UPS Mike, solidly in first place in the Jag. He's servicing this car right in front of me. Minimal work to be done. I advertently took his mirror off when I was putting my car on the track. My big fat hands got in the way. I apologize profusely. We had to dig the mirror out of the slot,
Attention, 1 minute left.
but fortunately no harm, no foul. The car's still going good. Mike's moving to blue lane. Ted's on yellow. Jim is on purple, his favorite lane. Jim does very good on purple. He does a lot of testing on purple, so he can probably drive it with his eyes closed.
Seconds.
Frankie's on white. Oh, Braden's calling out someone's car over there. Was it Jim's car?
Yeah, you got active arrow. I can see it move. When you break it goes
Oh, Braden's getting a timeout in the carousel.
Yeah, that's illegal. DQ.
Illegal movement of the wing apparently is a thing. We gave Braden a timeout, put him back in the carousel keyhole. Oh, we got a car off. Frankie on white. Frankie's having a tough go of it. Solidly in fifth place. Everybody looks like they've adjusted to their new lane assignments. Where's that car? Mike, UPS Mike, still in the lead on blue. Car looks very smooth, planted, gripping nicely to the track, handling all the turns with aplomb and with a decent amount of straightaway speed as well. It's nice to have both working together, speed and handling. It's a great combination, and we all strive for that perfect balanced car. Oh, it's so smooth through the turns. Look at it go. It's just like stuck. Stuck to the track. Grip is very high today. There's no lack of grip today. Trying to take a little bit of grip out of the tires for these cars because they don't have the power of the angle winders or these side winders that we run. The cars are all handling it very well. Let's see how we're doing on the track here. Excuse me. Mike Stoll was 75. Jim was 75. Ted just did 74 on third. Jim did a 76 in second. It's that close. Jim's got 2 up on Ted. UPS Mike has got about, looks like, six car lengths on Jim. Jim's storming around in his favorite lane, purple. He's tearing it up. He's making a bid for the lead, I think.
30 seconds.
He's not far behind. Ted's cruising away there in yellow, comfortably in yellow. Mike Stall having a little off there in green, but he's back on Braden. Very good marshal. Nearly as good a marshal as he's a driver. And that's saying something, folks. The kid can drive. There we go, 30 seconds, counting down. This will be heat number 3. Oh,
Please change lanes.
it's over. We're changing lanes now for heat number 4. Frankie's moved to green. Ted's going to orange. Jim to yellow. Mike Stall will be on blue. And the leader, UPS Mike, will be on purple. It'll be interesting to see how he handles the purple lane. I don't know if he prefers purple like Jim did, but Jim came back at him. He's probably 4,
Attention, 1 minute.
maybe
30
5
seconds.
car lengths behind him now. He's creeping up, slowly but surely. He's like that. Guys are servicing their cars, getting the correct lane stickers on, cleaning the tyres. Jim's happy with his. He's going back to his driving position. Jim's on yellow. UPS Mike will be inside Jim on purple. Maybe he can do him a little hip check, take him out, you know. Not saying that I would do that, but you could if you wanted to be that kind of driver. Just pad your lead a little bit, little hip check, go into the... Frankie says put him in the wall, so we know how Frankie drives.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, folks. Ted's solidly in 3rd place. 84.28. UPS Mike has 86.3. Jim has 86.24. It's that close, folks. Here we go. Round number 4. Marshall's ready.
Oh, and it moves.
Driver's ready.
3, 2, 1, power.
They're off. Jim's straight into it. Straight up his rear end. Jim just made a pass for the lead. Come on, UPS Mike is hanging tough on purple. He's woken up. There they go around the donut. Jim has got a couple of cars at lengths on him. UPS Mike's just settling in on purple. He'll be just loosening up those finger. Getting the... Oh, UPS Mike. A bobble in the donut. Let Jim get away from him. The marshal was a little confused, but he did find the sticker in the end. He thought about white, because the car is made in white. But he realized his mistake. He quickly put it back into purple lane. Jim's pulling out a big lead right now. UPS Mike had a bobble, but where's Ted? Ted's in orange, I believe, yes. Comfortably in 3rd place. Maybe he can make a bid for 2nd. Where are they on the track? Oh, a track call. We got Frankie on his lid sliding all the way down the front stretch.
You're not sorry.
Narrowly missing Mike Stall. I think they both crashed at the same time.
Power.
Here comes Jim on yellow. Right behind Mike Stall. Gonna make a pass here for another lap on Mike. UPS Mike is still solidly in 2nd. Working hard in purple lane. I don't think he likes purple as much as Jim did. I think maybe Ted. Oh, Ted's two laps behind UPS Mike, so he could push and maybe get one of those laps back. He's hanging right behind UPS Mike and the Jag. Jag seem to be picking up some speed now. It's settled into the purple lane. Very fast through the kink, very fast into the donut. Jim is just letting it all hang out on yellow. Very tidy laps, no tail wag, very smooth. Car's got great straight line of speed again with good balance in the turns. He seems to be liking his new, I think it's a scale auto controller.
30 seconds.
Mike's like 3 seconds behind.
Very hard to come by these days, not many around. I don't know how many they made, but there weren't enough, apparently. But Jim has certainly got the grips of that new controller and enjoying it very much. Really suits his driving style.
10 seconds.
Oh, we had a little calamity. Oh, wow. We have a little bit of action there
End of stint.
coming into the
Please.
corkscrew. Never mind, Jim has taken over the lead. 115. UPS Mike with 114.62. Third is Ted with 112. Mike Stoll with 110, followed by Frankie with 108. 2 more heats to go. This will be heat number 5. Pretty clean heat until the very end. We had a couple of offs.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
You know how it goes. Cautions breed cautions. You know what they say. But overall, a very smooth and controlled heat. Frankie's waving to the camera. He's waving at his wife. She must have spotted him at the track. She knows where he is. She's playing bingo and and Frankie's playing slot cards. I love it. Sounds like a beautiful thing. I love it. She wins the money. Frankie buys the slot cards. There we go, folks. Ted's checking out the numbers. He's thinking, what can I do to catch these guys? Solidly in third place. Only two laps behind Mike, UPS Mike, and the Jag.
30 seconds.
Mike just needs to put in about 60 qualifying laps in a row.
Jim's in an orange lane. Mike, UPS Mike is in purple. No, UPS Mike is in yellow now. So Jim is in yellow. Frankie's in blue. Ted's in white. See how he goes on white there. It's a long way around the track, but he can hang tough there in white. And then they're off. Frankie's not moving. We have a problem. Track call. Oh, he didn't hook up his controller, I guess. He was too busy waving at his wife. He's away now. Whew, that was a close call. Maybe lost 2 laps there, Frankie. But he finally figured it out. Jim's right behind Frankie. There goes Jim on orange lane.
You want to try another Ford after this? I got another one.
UPS Mike's still storming through the field. He's solidly in second place. He's trying to catch Jim. Where is Jim? Oh, he's got maybe half a lap on him right now. Jim really went to town on purple, his favorite lane, and caught up and managed to pass UPS Mike. And now he's consolidated the lead. There's Mr. Ted. There's Ted. He is half a lap behind UPS Mike, 1 lap behind. Frankie's having some difficulty. He's stopped on the straightaway. He said no to the track call. He's going to gut it out. No, he's coming back in. Here he goes. He's made some adjustments, I think, to the car. I couldn't quite tell from my position. Something else is going on with his car, he said.
Doing it right there? Yeah.
It's not performing to his liking. He's maybe going to change controllers, I believe. Meanwhile, the race goes on. Mike Stoll on purple, solidly in 4th place. Ted in 3rd on white, solidly in white. Little race going here.
Attention. 1
with who's caught who here? UPS Mike and Jim are going door handle to door handle. UPS Mike just squeezed out a little lead, maybe 2 car lengths. Very good through the keyhole or carousel complex. On the yellow lane, he does like the yellow lane, I think. Oh, Mike had a bobble in the donut. UPS Mike bobbled in the donut. Let Jim off the hook.
30 seconds.
They were going neck and neck. That was for the lead. Let him off the hook there no, unfortunately. Okay, he's reeling him back in though. He hasn't given up yet. He's pulled back maybe 4 or 5 car lengths off that bubble in the donut. May have the quicker car.
End of stint.
Oh yes, he
Change lanes.
caught up quite nicely to Jim. UPS Mike did. .144.16 for Jim, 144.06 for UPS Mike. Ted close by with a 139.55, very close behind. Mike Stall, the 137. Frankie having controller trouble,
Attention. 1 minute.
lost a few laps in that heat, down to 124. This will be the final heat of the Group C class. I think we might have a little pizza break after this. I'm not sure. Then we'll be moving on to, I think Can-Am will be next. I'm not sure about that. Can-Am or GT3. I think Can-Am, and then we'll finish up with the GT3, which are very fast cars here. Real handful. You want to run a bit of choke and a bit of turn the attack down a little bit on the controller, because these GT3 cars do get off the corners quite hard. Okay. Guys are having a little chuckle in there amongst themselves. Braden and Frankie trying to diagnose the problem with the controller.
Jim, you gotta hold the lead on white. Mike, you gotta pass them. I know. Jim didn't pull half the light.
Last heat. Is Mike gonna make a move? He's on orange.
Here we go.
Jim's on the outside on white, so it's going to be good to see the result. Here they go, they're off. Wait for the tires to warm up. Mike stalls. Oh, here we go. UPS Mike, sniff of the lead. Give him a sniff and he's in. He's door handle to door handle down the straight into the donut, out the donut, on the lead on. It's Jim by nose. Through the keyhole. Around the donut. Jim's still holding on by nose. Oh, UPS Mike had a great set of corners there. Pulled a little 2-3 car lengths on Jim. He's settled into the groove. Jim had a little bobble, unfortunately. I saw a spark from under his car. Another spark going under the bridge. Could be bottoming out on something. Maybe a screw's coming out of the pod. Or another spark. Something's going on with Jim's car.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Might have to tick it after the race, see if it's still legal. UPS Mike comfortably in the lead on orange. Maybe half a lap on Jim. Can still see that flash of orange as Jim goes under the bridge. Something's dragging on the left-hand side of the car. See anyone else's car flashing as they go under the bridge? Nope. Everybody's settled into the groove now. Ted's 5 laps behind Jim. Mike Stoll's 5 behind Ted. No, 2 behind Ted. Take that back. Everybody settle on the groove.
Attention, 1 minute limit.
1 minute to go in the heat. UPS Mike with the lead. Half a lap. Oh no, take that back. 2.75 of a lap lead now. You can see Jim down the straightaway. Will he push hard to pass Jim again? Everybody's driving nice and smooth.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. There he goes. He just passed Jim again. Will Jim come back at him? Yes, Jim's hanging tough. But Mike Stoll's just so much better through the carousel. Very tight there on white lane. Very tight through the keyhole on white lane. You get so much speed coming downhill, you got to be careful not to overcook that turn before you get on the straight away with a kink. The kink can throw you too if you're not careful. You want your car to be handling nicely through the kink. It's the end of the race. $173.
Are you good with zone, zone correction?
I'll let you get in here. I'll let you do that.
Jim? 200? Green?
31.
Orange? 49? Mike, 49? All right. Yellow?
Yellow.
Yellow.
Who's on yellow?
Mike.
Mike.
What number were you on?
34.
Okay. Purple? You get a 1. Fifth? Save my points. I needed my points.
Yeah.
Wow, Frankie fell way down.
He did way down.
I was only 2 laps behind Mike.
All right, let's podium and we'll get food. Glenda. We're gonna get pictures. I need UPS Mike, Jim, and Ted, followed by Marcus, Kiwi Mike, and Richard. Bring your cars. Marcus, Kiwi Mike, and Richard. Marcus. Richard. Yeah. I thought I got 4. No. I already put my car away. Well, get it out. Okay. Thank you. Bring the next guy in. Nope. have anything by his name?
He's sitting out the first one.
Oh.
He's a sit out.
Okay. All right, so here we are. Up first, we're 7-7 now, not 8-7, 14 racers. And we got Donnie on white, Richard on green, Farley on orange, Peter on blue, Big John on yellow, and John Smith on purple. This is John Smith's first race with us. Let's give him a big hand for participating. All right, John. Sorry, John, for the lackluster welcome, but you know how it goes. Hey, sports fans, I'm back. Motown Mark, owner of Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. We're going into our second race of the day. It's GT3 class. I mentioned earlier, if you're listening, that a lot of people run different versions of the NSR Corvettes, but there are other things that are run also, Vipers and etc. I don't know the actual layout today. But we will see. We split this race into two sections. Our sportsman class, which is our, I'll call it lower level, but it is not as high as the expert class we run. And we're going to run 7-7 and be a round robin, 2 round robin races that'll give the race results, and we'll podium based on those two classes.
Can we do the first race?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to do the first?
Yeah.
First race? You want me to do the first race?
Yeah, sure. We're going to give you back to Mr. Jim Rose, and he will be announcing this first race, and I'll probably jump back in for the second one.
Thanks everybody for tuning in to NorCal Slot Car Scene and Motown Slot Car Raceway.
Because there's someone sitting out. Because then he wouldn't get a practice.
Okay, we're getting ready to go with the first race of GT3, which is the amateur class. It used to be called the expert class. We've changed the name from expert and pro to amateur and expert now. Okay, it looks like we got 20 people online. And I haven't looked at the chat since the race was over. I gave it, as they say on Star Trek in the last race, I gave it all I got, Scotty. I came up a lap short, had the lead for a couple heats, and UPS Mike just pulled away at the end because I hadn't built up a big enough lead going to the last heat in white. So, very deserving win. And I guess UPS Mike's gotten a big head now because he's not racing in this race. He's sitting GT3 out, so we'll see how it goes. GT3 is for contemporary GT cars. We call it GT3, but kind of not technically the correct term. I'm sure of all the rivet counters out there, of which I'm sort of one when it comes to car classifications. Got the lineup. This is a semi-open class. This is one of the most open classes we have. It is limited to the 21.4 angle winder NSR long can motor. You have to run that motor no matter what brand of car you're running, but you can run NSR, scale auto, racer sideways. We typically have some of each. I see a racer sideways, I see an NSR. I know there's some scale autos out there somewhere, maybe not in this heat. And we're going to go straight into this because we did a warm-up in the last one because the lanes had kind of sat dormant for about a half an hour when we qualified on orange. So we've had people practicing on all the lanes, so we don't need to do that. So we're going to go right into the heat. Herman's out there watching. Sometimes these cars do pop a little wheelie and pop the slot. So Herman will watch that start when the horn goes off, and then he'll go back into his regular marshalling position.
Stall to turn marshalling position. Mike Stall.
Mike Stahl to the turn marshal position.
Okay.
Mike Stahl.
Mike Stahl, with your glasses on, please.
Boy, that's weak.
I don't know if I've ever heard that before, but Mike Stahl called a track because he needed to change his glasses.
Quit stalling.
So changing glasses is no longer a track call. Okay, we got the quarter marshals out there. We've got 7, I think, in this, and 8 in the next. So this is a round robin. There'll be 7 cars, so 1 car will be sitting out. We can only sit out 1 heat, and this is the amateur class. Okay, here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Power.
And I saw him pop, but nobody popped the slot completely. Crash in the first, sort of going into the 90. Purple lane out front early. And that's John. I think John's one of our new racers. He's running an Aston Martin, or as NSR calls it, an ASV. It's like Racer Sideways, Aston in second. So we've got 2 Astons of different brands. John is running a 6:01 fast lap, getting into the 5s. You want to be, the really fast cars are going to be in the 5.5s, the 5.6s, and it's even possible to run 5.4s. So, but he's really close to getting into the 5-second bracket. So obviously he's done this before. Got John in purple on front, Donnie in second on the slow lane, white lane.
3,
Big John in third on the yellow lane.
power.
You got to the finals at an electric green. Never going down.
Track code.
Mikey, we need you over here.
3, 2, 1. Power.
Braden's got a fan club out there. Somebody's a howdy Braden from Tasmania. I don't know if Braden even knows where Tasmania is.
Track code. 3, 2, 1. Hit it.
Minute to go in this first heat of 7 heat round robin for the amateur class. So in the last race, the Group C, we combined all the lap times and determined the overall winners. This is a straight up race. Whoever wins this heat wins amateur. Then the expert division will be the same way. We have 8 cars in that, 15 cars total. We had 18 people here, but not everybody's running every event. Okay, John must have it off because Richard now has taken over the lead. Richard followed by Donnie, then John. John has the fastest lap time at 6:018.
Track code.
Behind.
3, 2, 1. Power. 10 seconds.
And that's the end of the heat.
Please change lanes.
Richard a little past 28. Second, Donnie with 28. So they were neck and neck on the track. John S. 27.65. Big John 27-1. So we've got 4 cars that looks like a right around the lead lap.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Frankie's got my car. Whose car is this? Your car. Okay, so you're gonna go. Green. Oh no, you have to start over there.
Got 24 people online, I think. Let me see, refresh the screen, see what happens.
Attention.
20 people online right now. Thanks for tuning in to first Saturday 32nd scale racing at Motown Raceway. We also race the third Sunday, so 32nd scale is first Saturday, third Sunday. Rumor has it we may start racing some 32nd scale on occasional Friday nights. We discussed that in the drivers' meeting. So 32nd scale is going very good here at Motown. Fully stocked pro shop. Cars, parts, you name it, and all the right stuff, not just stuff that they want to stock like fortunately some hobby shops do. They just buy stuff they think is good, but Motown, they know what the racers need. So it's a fully stocked hobby shop for 32nd scale slot cars, as well as 24 scale slot cars and drag cars.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
If it does, with how the chassis is now, it'll be better than what.
Richard is probably the most successful of the amateur group, which used to be called the expert group. He is leading this race. He's on the blue lane, running a 6.3. John S. again with the fastest lap of the race so far on yellow lane, 6.09. You can see the track records on the right because I think they reset the computer, so this is the first race under this configuration. So the track records are also the records for today. You may see that changing throughout the day. It's 6 O's from John on purple and yellow.
3, 2, 1, go. Track code. 3, 2, 1, hit it.
The most popular car in GT now is probably the Corvette because one, they're fast, the NSR, especially the C8. And towards the end of the year, we're going to have a NSR and Professor Motors sponsored Corvette only GT race. You can run the C6, C7, or C8. So a lot of people are running the C8 just because it's their latest car. Seems to be the fastest of the three. And a shout out to both NSR and Professor Motor for sponsoring that race. They sponsored a race early in the year for the NSR Classics, and they're going to come back, and obviously it was successful for them. And they're going to be sponsoring the Corvette race for GT, for NSR Corvettes only.
Attention, 1 minute left. Track code.
Still looking for a 5-second lap out of these cars in the amateur class. It's definitely possible because John had a 6.01 on purple, and that's typically not the fastest lane. See what happens when he goes to orange, which most people think is the fastest lane, because it's also the middle lane called the freeway lane, easy to drive. Left to right corners are constant, instead of one tight followed by one much bigger radius corner like you have on the gutter lanes.
30 seconds.
see the lap count up there. It's kind of hard to figure out who's ahead in a round robin because there's always one car or two that have run less heats. So obviously they're going to have less total overall laps.
10 seconds.
So we'll sort it out all in the end. It all evens out. Everybody gets 6 lanes, and that's it.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Number 4.
Okay, after 2 heats, we've got Richard holding the lead at 55 laps almost. John has moved into second from third. Right behind him, a little over 1/10 of a lap separating first and second, which is probably about 3-4 feet on this track. So we'll see where they go. John is going to orange. Richard is going to purple. The rule set for this class, the what we call GT3, is contemporary GT cars from NSR, Scale Auto, Racer Sideways. I think we allow Black Arrow, but they're out of business. So there's primarily those companies. You do have to run the spec NSR motor. So we keep the drivetrain constant. You can change gear ratios, you can change rear wheels and tires, you can change the stiffness of the chassis. If you want to go to a stiffer chassis, you can do that. So you can do a lot of modifications, but the motor is the same in every car. And that kind of came out of Electric Dreams, because most of the classes that we race sort of came from Electric Dreams. We were racing up here too, but they had some of the first really big organized races, and they kind of standardized on spec motors for most of the classes. So their Can-Am is a spec motor, NSR 21.9 Sidewinder. Their GT is the same as we run here. So they keep the drivetrain equal, so you don't have to test a ton of different motors to see which one is the fastest. But you can change gear ratio. And we're ready with heat 3 of 7.
2, 1, power.
See if John could be the first amateur driver to get in the 5-second bracket with a GT car.
Track code. There's something in it? Okay.
How many laps do I get back? 20 seconds. Got it?
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Peter, running on the yellow lane, is one of our newer racers too, so it's great to see new people come out, race 32nd. John down to 6.2 on orange. I was kind of expecting him to lay down a 5-second lap after running 6 flats on purple and yellow. Car looks really good going around the donut, and when they say that, he comes off. So. The Aston Martins, both the Racer Sideways and the NSR, have pretty short guide leads, so they can be very, very nimble. Sometimes they're a little tough to drive. Blue car on the orange lane and the yellow car on the green lane are those 2 Aston Martins. Purple lane's a Corvette C8. Also, There's also a C8 on yellow, so a few Corvettes out there.
One. Power.
It's like a C7, I think, on blue. Those are all NSR cars.
Attention. 1 minute.
Try to overtake them first turn. No, you're going off the track.
6-0, there we go. John 606. See if he can get down in the fives. 608, and he crashes in the donut. Got about 4 more laps in his heat.
30 seconds.
See the car getting sideways, going across the lap counter right now. You can full punch that on some lanes. You have to blip it on some lanes, and some you can get away with it, but it gets real sideways if you go full punch through there.
10 seconds. In the stint, please change lanes.
Okay, on the scoreboard we got Richard ahead, followed by Big John and John S. But like I said, there's some cars that some drivers have one more heat than others, so it's hard to tell really who's ahead. Our old software, we could click on it, it would give you lap averages per lane, so you would know how many laps each driver was turning per lane. It would kind of give you an idea of who's ahead, but I don't know that this software does it, and if it does, I don't know how to do it.
I'm out for one, Frankie. I'm out for one.
Attention, 1 minute.
Oh, Dennis, you're paying attention. I wasn't. Donnie, the first driver to run under 6 seconds in this class in the amateur class. So 5.96. You can see it on the far right. That's the lap record on the green lane. So each individual lane has its own track record for each class. And in this case, it's the amateur class.
30 seconds.
You see Donnie's in 5th place on the board, but that one of the reasons he's run one less heat than the other drivers. Hey, Aaron Smith from Melbourne, Australia, down under. Welcome.
3, 2, 1, go.
Might have time.
My math is correct. It's 7:20 in the morning in Melbourne, so you guys are just getting up. Or if it's me, I'd still be sleeping. So welcome to NorCal Slot Car Scene and Motown Slot Car Raceway, Modesto, California.
1, go.
Snap dab in the middle of California.
3, 2,
About 7 hours to the border on the south, and about 7 hours, or give or take, to the border on the north. We're about an hour south of Sacramento and about an hour and a half east of San Francisco.
Three, 2, 1, go.
Donnie ran 6.0s on blue, so he definitely has a fast car. Can't tell how far behind he is because, like I said, he's run one less heat than some of the other cars because of the round robin. Another one of those really quick Aston Martins, the yellow car on the blue lane. Just really fast around the carousel going in there now. Just rips through the carousel, that short guide lead car. You don't talk about wheelbase with slot cars, you talk about guide lead. It's the distance from the guide flag, which goes into the slot, to the rear axle. The wheelbase of the car is somewhat irrelevant because the guide lead is really what creates the dynamics of the chassis. You think about racing, a top fuel dragster goes really good in a straight line and it's got a 300-inch wheelbase. A go-kart goes really good around small, tight tracks, parking lot tracks. The small go-kart tracks has a super short wheelbase. So the rule of thumb is kind of the longer wheelbase, the more stable. The shorter the wheelbase, the more nimble. Donnie now with a track record on blue at 6:04. And that is the end of heat 4. 3 more heats to go.
Yep. Todd's going back in. That's the
If you're wondering what's going on with the scoreboard, you see the stats over there on the left side. That column that says change drivers, it's blinking. That's the lane that the driver is going to next, or in this case with a lane change, they're going to now. So for instance, Richard is going to orange and he just ran yellow. So he ran 27.84 laps on yellow. His total is 109.84. His fast lap was 6.10, and he's moving to the orange lane. Donnie now with 5.9s on 2 of the lanes. Aston Martin is flying. I can see that car from here. It's the Racer Sideways Aston Martin on the blue lane in the middle straightaway just before the lap counter. It's got the hard red chassis on it. Like I said, you're allowed to change stiffnesses of chassis and it changes the way the car handles. Usually on the higher bite tracks, you run the higher bite of the stiffer chassis. Plastic tracks or lower bite tracks, you tend to run the softer chassis.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heat 5 of 7, amateur class, GT3 at Motown Raceway. Thanks everybody for tuning in. If you're live, we've got about 20 people online. If you're watching this later, you're watching this later. And you probably know who won the Formula One race that's going to happen tomorrow. We've got about 10 monitors all around this racetrack, or around this facility, so the ones by the track have the race up, the ones in the back of the track behind where we're racing actually have the Formula One race on. I think it may be over by now, the qualifying round. So Richard now running a 6:06 has the track record on the orange lane. When we started racing these cars about 3 years ago here, 5.7 was a really fast time for the expert division. Now that's kind of top 5 maybe, but that's about it. We started with 2 classes, and now we're running, I think, 9 different classes. We rotate them. I believe this is the last race of our rotation for these 3 classes. The next race after the MR Slot Car Challenge, we'll pick 3 different classes of the 9 and then run, I think, 3 races in a row with them and then rotate them on the order on the given day.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Track call. Rider detected. 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, Richard with that 606 on orange, let's see what he's running. It looks like, I think that's a McLaren. It's kind of hard to tell the McLaren and the Corvette apart at the distance I am and the speed they're going. But I think it's a McLaren.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Hey, Richard's still out front on the screen that you see. Peter's second, Donnie third, but there is one driver that's sitting out. It'll all equalize going into that last heat because one driver will be done. We'll know how many laps he turned, and then the other 6 will be straight up on the track.
10 seconds.
Coming out of the tunnel, Frankie. No, you go out for one heat.
Yeah, Brad. Modesto, California, the home of American graffiti. John Cook, good to see you out there. Throw another chat in there. Let us know where you're coming from or where you're from. We had Marty Ford on this morning. He's from Ohio area. We have people from Australia and Tasmania who are just getting up to breakfast, or they're coming in from a really late night, depending on the person. I want to thank Mark here at Motown Raceway. He's put a lot of time and effort, really up the game for this live stream. We've got volunteers for people doing the announcing and to keep everybody up to date on what's going on instead of just a straight live feed, and multiple cameras. So really stepped up the quality of the video production here. Gene's from Boston. John Cook's from Ogden, Utah, if you're not familiar with Ogden.
30 seconds.
Question, John Cook, is the track spray glued? It is during the week, they race 24 scale cars on here once a month, and they spray glue it for that, and then they strip the spray glue off of it. So we're not technically running on spray glue right now, but this track has been spray glued for about 40 years, and you just can't get it all out with a thorough cleaning. So this is a very sticky track.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Tire of choice. Probably most of the people in this class are running NSR Super Grips. That seems to be the most popular tire. Typical way to run them on this track is the NSR 5018 wheel, foam inserts, and NSR super grips, true to about 18.2, 18.3 probably for a GT3 car. That may not work on all tracks, but on a high bite track like this, it gives you good corner speed and enough forward bite, and seems to be tire of choice. I'm running something different myself. I've been running a lot of the Racer Sideways 28 rubber, same tire and wheel, same wheel and insert. So there is a variety, but I would willing to bet that probably 90% of the people running that NSR 5018 wheel, foam inserts, and super grip tires true to around 18.3. Rubber tire racing, especially on these high grip tracks, the other track as well, is kind of an art in itself, getting them trued properly. But super grips are pretty easy to true. Tire that we run on a lot of the home tracks, because it has a lot of grip, is the slotted G25, but they are, let's just say they're a pain to true. There's some videos out there, I've done one, Todd Ullery did one, on how to true them. When you true them, they tend to get hot and ball up, and then they just won't true. So the key to G25s is keeping the tire cool during the truing process.
2, 1, go.
So Dennis says he's been up all night, and just instead of getting up, he's still up. So he's going to sleep after our race is over.
Go.
So thanks everybody out there for watching.
Track course.
We're halfway through heat 6 of 7.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So Richard is on white and well out in front. And the reason he's going to be the first one done with all 6 lanes. So he's got to pull out of the lead because all the other 6 drivers will be on the track and he won't be. So his lead is not, I don't know if it's the lead or not, but he will be the sit out in the last heat. So everybody else will get their 6th heat. And Richard already has 6 heats when this one's over. Gene's spare room. I did race today. I raced in the first race, Group C. It was a really good race. UPS Mike TQ'd by quite a margin, set a new lap record in qualifying. Went out, it was about, he never lapped me. And I actually reeled him in on a couple lanes and took the lead for a couple heats. And then in the last heat, I went to white and he was on orange, which is the faster lane, but he'd already run the slower lane. Everybody runs the same. So he reeled me in, and in the end, I was about 1 foot more than a lap behind him, or a lap and 1 foot behind him. So I made him earn it, but it was a very close race. I will be in the next event, which is GT3, same as we're running now, but the expert division runs separate from the amateur division. The last race of the day, Can-Am after that, it'll be just a big round robin. Everybody runs together, but they'll be scored separate.
3, 2, 1, go. 10 seconds.
And that is the 6th heat. One more heat to go. Richard just barely got over the lap counter with 165 laps. Did you have... How many segments does Richard have? 0 or 1?
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Can somebody check Richard's car for zone correction? I think it's 0. 0, okay. So the computer guesses, as I mentioned this before, the computer guesses on where you are on the track on the last lap, but we manually count that because the computer is just taking a guess based on lap averages. So Richard actually did finish with 165 and 0 segments. There's 100 segments around this track. So if you get 165 laps, you're probably going to beat Richard because he is 65.0. When this starts, the screen will refresh and we can tell who's ahead. Dennis, you got to come over for the Slotted Nationals in August. We had Ian Rice from Australia over there over for the Slotted Nationals last year, so we had people from Germany, Italy, all over the place for that race. Biggest race of the year for 32nd scale cars in the United States. Last year it was capped at 75 entries, and we had 75 entries. And haven't mentioned it yet, but Motown did pretty good. We finished first, second, and third. The podium was all Motown drivers at the Slotted Nationals out of 75 drivers.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we've got Donnie out front, and then, so he is definitely out front. Big John is in second. We'll see if he can, if they can beat Richard's time of 165. Donnie with a 6:07 on orange, so he's going to the fast lane. I get the feeling, I haven't done the math in my head, but I get the feeling Donnie is probably going to win the race. He's running on lap 150 now with 2 minutes to go. So he needs 15 laps in 2 minutes. If you do the math, my brain is fried, basically from old age, but I'm guessing he's going to be around 160. Could be close.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
See where Big John is 6 laps down, so it's all Don needs to win or lose right now. $155, so he needs 10 laps in 134. That he should do it. He'll probably finish with about 168. Donnie's working on lap 159 with a minute to go. He needs 6 laps to catch Richard. See where Donnie is on the track. Again, it's that orange racer sideways Aston Martin going across the lap counter, getting real sideways down the straightaway through the 90s, around the carousel. That's 162. So unless something crazy happens, he's got this one. There's 164 almost, but we have a track call. So Donnie, you need 1 lap to win.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
Okay, there's Donnie for the lead at 165. 30 seconds to go, and he's got 2 laps on Richard. I think Richard's going to hold on for second, though. So it's going to be Donnie, Richard, and John S., it looks like. Donnie's on a victory lap. I can tell he's going slow. With 5, 2, 1, and that's a race. Donnie with 170.
You got zone correction, Jim?
White?
69.
On that green, is that me? No, the best, oh, Tony.
That's not gonna last.
Green lane?
It's gonna disappear.
41.
5-0?
Yep. 87. 46.
Your paw's too loose.
Two.
Paw's too loose.
Let's do a quick result and print it. Where's result? Right where it says result.
Oh.
Right there. And just go ahead and hit print. So I have it. Yep. All right.
Okay, so that's the race. We've got Donnie with 170.5, Richard 165, Big John rounds out the podium with 162, followed by John S., Peter, Farley, and Nakamura. I'm going to drop the mic, and then I'm going to turn it back over
Mic
to
drop.
Mark.
Was this a mic drop moment for you, Jim?
That was a mic drop. Excuse me.
Donnie, Richard, Big John, keep your cars handy for the end. Keep them handy. All right.
Can you close that?
What's that?
Can you close that?
Yeah. All right, that was our. We got your number. All right, so that was our sportsman class. And now we're going into our expert class. We've recently recategorized our classes from expert and pro at the top to sportsman and expert at the top. And that's to align ourselves with a bunch of different hobbies that have the same callouts, and also for basis of award stickers and everything, so it aligns across all our racing styles. So we're heading towards a setup of the expert class, and we'll be with you in a moment. All right, this is Motown Mark back with you in your racing action. This is our top class experts. We call them experts. Our sportsman just finished. So this should see some good racing and good fights out there. There may be once or twice where somebody purposely rubs somebody off the track. We'll see. It'll all be in good fun though.
Doesn't feel like there's a lot of grip.
Track code. Three, two, one, power.
I'm racing our GT3 class. Majority of the cars here are Corvettes. Jim probably told you all that, so I won't bore you with the same details he might have given you. First heat or so, we'll just let things develop out so we can see what's what. Already we've got a fast lap time from Braden of 5.633 seconds.
Track code.
And 5 out of 6 people so far are in the 5s.
3, 2, 1, go.
Not like Frankie, not to be fast already, so we'll have to see what's going on there if he's got a car issue. Braden's working to stay out of traffic out there. Jim is right behind him.
3, 2, 1, go. Attention, 1 minute left.
Braden's in the red multicolored car. Jim's in the orange multicolored car. My personal preference is I like Jim's car better because I can see it on the track better. Jim came off a little bit there. That's going to cost him a little bit.
30 seconds.
Everyone's in the 5s except for Frankie. Frankie's definitely got something going on there. Herman also 6 seconds.
10 seconds.
Braden's doing a bunch of consistent laps here in the 5.7s. Multiple laps.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, so right now we got Braden in the lead with 30.60 laps. Jim is in second with 29.77. Ted's right on Jim's heels with 29.45. And then we have Mike with 28.72. We have Herman with 28.67, and Frankie, who's I feel definitely has a car problem of some kind, coming in at 27.3.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
So we're gonna question Frankie. Frankie, for everyone out there, what do you think's going on? Something seems amiss.
My car's really herky-jerky out here.
Frankie agrees. Something's wrong with his car. So pretty much what we are seeing is true. So we'll keep an eye on Frankie as we go forward.
Track, not car.
He thinks it's the track.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So Frankie was on yellow, so we'll keep an eye on who else is on yellow to see if it's inherent to the lane, the track itself, or the car. We'll know after this heat if Frankie recovers.
I never turn this off. Not Braden. Yeah. That stays on all the time.
Braden was on white, so he's now going.
What'd you turn on? It was on two. Oh.
Top speed was on 2.
On standby.
Yeah, that's real bad.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, hit it.
Oh my God, look at that. Oh, he's nice. Can we run over again?
So it was a controller issue for a user error.
Was
It was a user error. Yes,
So-
look, now he is in a 595.
So Braden, your assumption, your
I saw
your
it.
observation.
Yeah, for those who have a true speed, he had his top speed on 2 when the max is 12.
Oh, so it was a self-caused error.
5.7. Now he's back.
Now he's back. See, we knew there was something up there. We didn't realize that he didn't look down and adjust his controller properly.
I bet Jim did it.
Jim probably reached over there and turned it down. We'll blame Jim.
Yep.
Jim's always a good one to blame for everything. All right, thanks for that observation, Braden. That wasn't a track error, it was a Frankie error. There we go. They're all Kiwi Mike's still got to come on a little bit harder, but everyone else is in the fives. Jim and Herman are both in the same lap with 15 laps right now. Jim's running a little faster than Herman overall. Lap to lap, they're about a tenth off. Well, now they're Herman seems to be cranking it up now, so we'll see. But Jim's just running a little bit faster.
Been hitting the nitrous too early, Frankie.
3, 2, 1, go.
One minute left in this heat 2 of 7. Again, our podium in this particular race is split up between our sportsman class and our expert class. The experts are racing now. Here at Motown Raceway, we encourage everybody, families and individuals alike, to come out and try us out. We do car rentals. We have full build capability. We try to carry as many parts for all types of racing, our drag racing, 124 scale and 132nd scale. And there's a sign on the wall that says if we don't have it, we'll get it. You know, support your local shop out there, guys. If you support online all the time, then the local shops for you to race at just won't be there. So we want you to give them a fair share of the business, even if it's not parts aren't in your hands the next 2 days. We just we survive by the sales we do and cars and parts to you guys, as well as races like this, of course. All right, heat 3 is done. Looks like Jim and Herman are neck and neck in the same lap. 32 laps per, and that's pretty darn good.
Attention.
So Braden will be coming back in now, and Mike Stahl goes out.
Attention.
You can see where Jim's car is positioned. The The lap counters are just to the right of Jim, and about 3 feet. You can see the double spots there of the track where the power is removed and then reapplied to trigger the lap counter. So Jim's about 4 feet from there. Herman is actually a little further behind than the stat show. Well, maybe not. Maybe that's just about right. So Herman's going to try and catch Jim this round. Braden, like I say, is back in. He was leading the first heat, but I think he's got some ground to make up on Jim and Herman. They've been flying. Jim and Herman are both in the 5.5s now, as far as lap times go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ted's going to do his best to stay ahead of Braden there. They're on yellow and green, respectively. Braden just snuck past Ted there. So now he's looking to see who's next in his sights. Braden just got by Frankie there. He's trying to catch Ted and Jim. Jim's in the lead though. Jim followed by Ted, followed by Herman, followed by Frankie. Frankie, Braden, Ted, and Jim are all within about a lap apart. Kiwi Mike's trying to sneak up on him. Braden's got a lap of 5.57. Just took over the track record with that for that lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Right now, Herman's got a couple track records, Braden's got a couple, and Jim's got a couple. So they're gonna fight that out.
3, 2, 1, go.
There's Braden and Jim, red car versus the orange car going down. Ooh, Jim deslotted. That'll cost him a quarter of a lap.
3, 2, 1, go.
Braden took the lead on Jim just then because of that. This heat.
30 seconds.
Frankie came off back there on white. That'll cost him a little bit. Oh, Ted.
Rider detected.
Behind or plus one orange. Plus one orange. Is that car right?
Plus one orange.
Plus one. Where am I? Where am I?
Hang on, back.
Orange.
What do I put?
Plus one orange.
I saw yellow.
Which one?
It's the
Orange?
color orange.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't know the color.
Okay. Here we go.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Stop you before you really go off.
Peter.
Cool.
Cards all over the tracker.
What is
back screw?
just it's 15 seconds.
Send it.
Send it. Okay. Go.
Hang on to it.
All right. Hang on to it.
Here we go.
Back.
3, 2, 1, power. 10 seconds. In the stint, please change
All right,
lanes.
Braden finished out that stint with 32.3 laps. Jim is 32.1 laps. Ted, 30 laps. Frankie, Herman, and Kiwi Mike all in the 29s. Frankie goes out. Mike Stahl comes in. Herman will be on white, have a chance to take out Braden's record. Braden will be on blue. You're going to try and take out Jim's record. And Jim will be on yellow. Is going to try to take out Herman's record.
Attention, 1 minute left.
It's a full day of racing here at Motown.
He came over for the start.
Guys that come out here are pretty dedicated. They race not only at Motown, we race at a sister track up in Rockland, California called Fast Track Hobbies. We race up there, and then there's a series of home tracks.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
John, what?
Herman's on white, that's going to hurt him a little bit. Jim is on yellow, that's going to help him a little bit. So we'll see what happens. Braden, meanwhile, is on blue, which is a popular track. It tends to get some good lap times. Ted's right there. He's on orange. Ted's on the qualifying lane, which is orange is what we use for qualifying on races that include that, as you saw earlier today.
Plus one white.
3, 2,
Plus one white.
1, power.
What's that? Plus one white.
What's that? We got to add one?
Yes, please.
Add one to white?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes,
What color?
please. White.
White.
The color white.
Okay. I heard purple and I heard white. It's like, come on.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, power.
If you haven't noticed, out there in Sportsland, I am somewhat deaf, even though I have hearing aids. And these guys mumble all the time. And I only ask them to speak clearly and loudly, which they totally fail to do.
Here we go. 3.
And then they laugh at me. So
Go.
I'm used to it, though. Sorry, I was on mute there for a minute talking to a customer. What happened this last heat? I didn't even get a chance. Braden at 32 laps.
Attention, 1 minute.
Jim at
30 seconds.
31.5. Herman at almost 31. So very close racing here. I think Braden's got a couple lap lead overall on Jim right now. And Ted and Herman are right there also, fighting for a podium spot. So Braden will go to purple. Jim will be on orange, so there'll be a little bit of opportunity for Jim to make some ground up here.
Sabotage. No, I didn't do it.
30 seconds.
I wouldn't even know what was Braden. He's a Braden cat.
Let's check out the chat. See if you guys have any questions of any kind.
No, you can just see it because I don't have the facial hair.
He's got that Texas cat grin going on over there. They're blaming everybody else but me. 5, 6, 3.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Heat 5 of 7. 3 heats to go. Very competitive racing and anybody's ball game yet. Comes down normally to who's going to blink, meaning who's going to push a little bit too hard and come off D slot. You'll be able to tell. All they're hoping is they don't get tangled up in somebody else's mess. That's all they're hoping. A group of great racers here, so you're not going to see many crashes and knock on wood anyway. You'll see a lot of competitive racing here. Jim just deslotted. Oh no, Mike deslotted. Okay. Kiwi Mike's trying to stay up with Braden there. Braden's on purple. Kiwi Mike's on yellow. Braden's trying to pace Jim to make sure he stays within range of Jim. If he does that, then he knows he'll have a lead. Trying to match Jim turn for turn.
2, 1, go.
I know Braden likes to feel that he may not be as fast on the straights, but he makes up ground going into the corners more than anything else. So he dives into the corners pretty hard and breaks, if you notice, breaks about the apex of the turn, which is hard to do, but when you're a good driver, you can do that. Most of these drivers do very similar. It's just a question of one turn here or there on a track that they have issues with. And, of course, that depends what lane you're on, too.
30 seconds.
Braden just got by Mike Stahl. You say he's trying to... He's held ground for ground from what I'm telling on Jim with Jim. Just looking at where they are on the track. So Jim's come around. Braden must have had an issue because Jim's starting to sneak up on Braden right now. Braden's going to do his best not to make sure that doesn't happen. All right, Braden was 31 laps on the nose. Jim was 31.9, so Jim actually did better than Braden overall from a standpoint of last heat to this heat. So Jim gained some ground. Frankie also had 31.43. So Mike Stahl and Frankie are all within about 0.2 laps of each other.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
Extrapolating the scores out, I'd say Braden's got Jim by, let's see if Braden has 30 laps. That'd be 155, so he's got him by about a lap and a quarter, maybe, right? If he does another 31, Braden's going to wear yellow. He should get 30-31. That would give him 161 or 156. Sorry. And Jim's at 154.9 at the same point in his race. So Braden's got about a lap and a half lead on Jim, extrapolating out where they would be,
30 seconds.
barring any issues. Jim is going to white though. That's gonna be a little bit more of a challenge. Jim says, no problem. Jim says, I got it handled. So I don't know if Jim's watching Braden or Braden's watching Jim. One of the two is happening. We'll see as this heat goes on.
2, 1, go. Track call. 3, 2, 1, go.
I think what I said was pretty real. I think Jim's trying to stay ahead of Braden, and Braden's trying to catch Jim. So we'll see how it goes here. Braden seems to be sneaking up a little bit on him. Jim is on white, which is a more difficult situation to deal with. Braden's on. Oh, Braden just slided, which is going to definitely cost him. He had Jim on the run there for a second. Braden deslotted again. That cost him almost a lap. Jim's right on his tail. So Braden's going to try and clear himself of traffic right there. Meanwhile, Herman's right there with Jim, 17 laps apiece. Kiwi Mike, Braden, Frankie, Braden. Braden's actually got the lowest lap total this heat. Braden deslotted again.
Track call. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Could be a pressure situation. Braden normally responds to pressure.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Pretty much doesn't react to it. He just drives his race, and that's what I expect to see the rest of the race in the next heat. They just continue to drive his race. Jim definitely gained some ground. He got a lap on him when Braden came off a few times there. Jim and Herman are at 27 laps. Kiwi Mike, Frankie, Braden and Mike Stahl are at 26 laps apiece. Now they just jumped in 27.
Track call.
me.
Plus one blue. Plus one blue.
Plus one blue.
One more time.
Plus one blue.
Plus one blue.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go. 10 seconds. End of stint.
Oh.
That's the second time today, Brady.
All right, who came off?
34.
Jim.
34.
34.
34.
Okay. 34, right?
Attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Bunch of smart Alex. Again, the deaf guy is asking how many. I heard 34, 44, and 54. So,
I heard 14.
and I think it was on purpose. Yep.
What?
Attention. 1 minute left.
So Jim is done. Jim's got 185.34. That's the mark they're all shooting for. Braden would need 31 and a half laps. Or 30 and a half laps, which is possible. Braden's going on to orange, so all that is possible. It's going on the best lane, one of the best lanes.
30 seconds.
Needs 30 and a half laps to pass Jim. Herman can't pass Jim, I don't think. He'd need 34 some laps, and that's not going to happen. So, but Herman would be fighting for a podium spot. Looks like he's got it pretty tied up. I forget what Ted had. So,
Here we go. 3.
let's see what Ted has.
1. Power.
149. So yeah, so Ted and Herman are fighting for podium.
He saw the orange in the nose, huh? I felt it.
There's a rider there. I think Frankie jumped onto Braden's lap, what I heard was right. All right, Braden's first to 11 laps, then followed by Ted and Herman. Everybody else is at 10, or now they're into the 11s.
Track code. Three, two, one, power.
-2 purple. -2 purple. After -2.
Jim's got the lap record. 5.529 seconds. Oh no, Braden has 5.474 on blue. So he holds the GT3 record. We had other records, but we lost them during a software reset. So we're starting new. So Braden's averaging in the 5.6s or so.
1 minute.
Herman's up and down a little bit, but Braden's been very consistent from a standpoint of lap counts. Constantly fives. He's close to taking Jim's record there. His car's starting to slide around now a little bit.
30 seconds.
You got Ted with 26 laps and Herman. They're fighting and battling it out for that spot. Herman's got 177 laps. He got Ted by about 2 laps, just about 2 laps, a little under 2 laps.
In the race.
All right, there's the end of race. We're going to do a zone correction now. We'll see how the standings fell.
White's 10. You hear me?
What?
White's 10.
For who?
White.
White is 10. Green,
23?
23. Orange,
90,
90. Blue,
87,
87.
I lied. White was 29.
Yellow, 31. Purple,
57.
57.
Yep.
And John said white was 10.
29.
White's 29.
29.
29.
I know what I heard,
29.
but that's fine. All right. So here we go. Let me print this. We got Braden, Jim, and Herman. And then the other race, we've got Donnie, Richard, and Big John. Bring your cars. Braden, Jim, Herman. Mike Stahl's going, what the hell happened?
That's right. I didn't realize you were so close, Frankie. You sucker. You snuck in there and I didn't know. Purple, you're on yellow. I didn't know what was going on.
Do better, Mike. I'm disappointed.
What did I do with my phone? Hey.
Kind of, yeah.
Johnny, Richard, Big John.
Johnny Richard, Big John. First put the tires on. I can't do mine.
Anybody end up with an extra roller? What color? Black handle.
Not taking it home.
No, sit right there.
I collect them.
I got your bike. I had to take your roller too.
Oh, no. So it's your car.
Oh, you get a scratch on it?
Yes, take it off the decal. Send it back for a refund. Yeah, those are the-
Show car shows down the street.
You printed this? You printed this?
Yeah.
Okay.
difference between these motors here and the Can-Am cars was motors in
Oh yes, some guys use them all over.
Oh, Captain Football! Caution purple! Caution purple! Ah, Jim, pay attention! Ah, man.
I'll buy it back off before the crack it all. Very impressive.
What you doing?
Thanks, Mike. Got it out of my way. Boston perfect. Herman,
Yellow, purple,
Orange,
blue,
green, white.
brown.
Put it on green.
Hey.
Hey, you hook it up here.
I know.
Oh, I felt that.
Jim, can you grab me? Put me on white, please.
stolen again, stolen out.
Yep.
Picture of you did all the stolen out guys, right?
Oh, yeah.
Did you already put in?
They've been going on for
No.
quite some time.
Okay, knock me off on it.
Yeah. Kind of picked the wrong stuff.
Knock you off? Yeah, I don't want to do it. Okay.
Well, it's got a big trickle in my stall, which is a great thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trickling dick, remember?
Yeah.
Stealing mine,
Yeah.
5 old rum.
Someone's on here.
Dolphinville's on the Evo. Up Evo.
we're still discussing, I was gonna leave it behind. It wouldn't be here. Yes. Oh.
We're on, Brett.
Okay. What are you using? Say, what are you using?
Yes, Mike.
Which one is it?
You can't get it, Mike.
Oh, it is that.
Yellow. Thank you.
Just go back over there and say it all over again.
You're buying it now.
Okay, we're gonna go in 10 minutes. Much as I hate stopping selling parts. Oh no, okay, we'll take as long as Mike needs. Take as long as Mike needs.
Trying to make you money, shut up.
Yeah, the bid is that we add up the parts.
Which one do you like? Which one do you like? Hey, John? John, did you have some of these?
Yeah.
Remember how to do it?
That was payback in the race.
can go. Cars detect. I see 2 cars in tech. 10 to go. 2 cars in tech.
Actually, one I can't.
4.
Well, they ran the whole series and won a race. How would we can't have already won?
Odds are over here.
They ran the whole year. They ran the Tony Dean ran the whole year in the 908.
All right, keep running with 2 cars. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
So I don't know how much more you can say. If it was me doing the rules, it's not. I would say Can-Am has to be big block gates. Clarence and
4 cars.
screw the Porsche. Traditional only Can-Am.
No, my car wasn't ready in time.
The motor would crush that.
No, I think it was a small motor. I think that
We should have cars up here from Mike Stahl, John Herman, Farley, Kiwi Mike, Ted, Peter, Donnie, Braden, Richard, Jim, Frankie, and UPS Mike. No Braden. No Frankie. No Braden. You're off. What's happening?
My car is nominated.
No, they didn't. Feel bad for you. I thought I lived to give you enough room. Still too. Just here for the fun. Same thing.
Pull them into the pits, guys. I'm gonna turn the power off.
Don't forget anybody who wants to stay after and that's right. Well, stay after, you know, for what we talked about. Sure.
No, I didn't have my car ready in time. Wear them on your day, race day? You wear them all day. Do you wear them all day when you're home?
No, they trade off. Preserve them, keep them in good shape.
You don't want Sally to see them? Or?
No, she says go get some more. And it's like,
Yeah, I just saw one that they said they're as good as a home. I saw it.
Yeah, but the nurses at UC Davis said,
they would know.
They may not even have the latest one. They just came out with a new one.
Tran had hers on, and so
Oh,
did
they knew it was.
Yeah, they had just bought them.
Nobody there that knew it version. Sometimes the commercials are before the shoes actually.
Who's not blue? Peter and Mike Stahl.
Peter!
Peter! Pita! You're up! Pita! Pita!
Mike, you're up, Mike.
Pita!
Where's the car, mate?
Where's your
Pita!
controller?
Hey, Mike!
I'll put your controller.
Mike's too busy over there buying jams.
If it was up to me, I think Lisa's just next under something.
Well, he'll
I agree.
I agree too. I have.
So we narrow it down. So we narrow it down. Less ball is extra.
I'm allergic to slot cars. It's okay, Mike. I take medicine for it.
It is just painful money.
Yeah, okay.
I want a pink one.
Real Ferrari?
Yellow Ferrari.
I'll just take the new CR1. 1,000 horsepower?
It's a 4-man Ferrari.
Brayden, Huey's gonna click the start button.
You ready?
Okay, he's coming over here. Yeah, we're good. All right. I think we're good.
Drivers ready? Marshals ready? Steady, let's get steady.
3, 2, 1, go.
Braden, is this still on? They still rolling? All right. Check 1 2 3. Can-Am coming to you live from Motown, Modesto, California. We have the Can-Am cars on the track right now. Donnie's in white, Ted's in green, Farley's in orange, Peter in blue, Jim in yellow, and Mike Stahl in purple. We have a track call right now.
Here we go. 3,
Ted came out.
2, 1, power.
Can-Am is one of our favorite classes. We have a wide variety of Can-Am cars here. A lot of Thunder slots, a lot of NSR 908s, the car of choice, I think, at the moment. And there's the odd Can-Am McLaren from slotted in there occasionally. So many grey areas in Can-Am, you know. Car ran one race, so it's eligible to run the whole series and so forth. So gives a lot of variety in the class, to say the least. Ted's in the lead, closely followed by Jim. Mike Stahl's in third. Oh, we have a incident on the lead onto the main straight.
Hey, Mike.
Jim wanted to clean his tires.
Frankie,
We need a turn marshal.
I'm on deck.
There's a nice purple Lola 280 on white, driven by Mr. Donnie.
Need him on lead on.
Donnie's in fourth at the moment with a lap of 6.14. Thor
Here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
getting back into it now. Here we go. Power's back on. Cars are circulating. How are we doing here? Wow, everyone's on 13s, 14s. A couple of 16s out there. Jim and Ted, they're on 17 now. Jim's doing a 5.6. Ted's doing a 5.7. Mike's still with a 5.8. Peter, the guy from down under, my brother from down under, looks like Big Les from the Big Les show, if you're familiar with that. If not, go check it out. It's hilarious.
3, 2, 1. Power.
He's driving a NSR 917/10 Porsche. Very nice looking car. Farley's out there in his 908, scooting around. Him and Peter are going at it.
Seconds.
Ted and Jim are still getting on it hard, leading the way. Well, Mike Still's come up into second place on purple. Caught Ted on green.
Track call.
We're having a track call.
Here we go. 3, 2,
I think
1.
Mike Stall just
Go.
came off on the lead on.
10 seconds. In the stint, please change lanes.
Change them drivers. Donnie is going to. I think Donnie's coming off. Who's coming in on green? Frankie's coming in on green. Braden is on standby.
If you don't pay attention to the rims, you wouldn't even know. It's a good idea.
Drivers are servicing their cars. Frankie's hooking up for his first
Attention, 1 minute.
Go in the
30
heat.
seconds.
Make sure you hook it up right, Frankie. Yeah, he's checking. Yep. Check the controller buttons. All 6 of them. Make sure they're where you like them. Peter's servicing his car over there on the bridge. Jim's giving it a tyre wipe on the lead on. In the donut is Ted and Mike Stall. Very closely grouped together.
1 minute left.
I think Mike Stall might have him by 2 car lengths maybe in the donut. Peter's looking at his controller, hoping he's got the settings just where he likes them to tame that wild beast of a car he's driving. Okay, 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Farley's ready to go on white.
Oh, Peter, get him. You got a 4-second car? You got a 4.99.
Oh. Donnie.
All right, here we go, 10 seconds. Round number 2 in the Can-Am at Motown, Modesto, California. Come on down and see us sometime. We're having a lot of fun here every Saturday,
2,
second Saturday of the month. We're racing the 32s. And the third Sunday of the month, we're racing 32s here at Motown Raceway. Okay, the drivers have changed their lanes and now they're getting accustomed to their new lane assignments, feeling their way around. Farley's cautiously on white through the keyhole and the carousel into the keyhole, through the donut. He's getting the grips of it nicely. Where's Jim? Jim is on orange. A very flowing lane, just keep the momentum rolling. Nice lane to be on. Oh, Farley came off. It's back in though. John marshaled that car very quickly. Oh, Jim had it off on orange in the donut, uncharacteristically. Maybe he's still in the lead though. Ted's in second on blue, circulating very fast, doing a 5.8, 5.7. I can stand corrected, just bumped off a 5.7. Jim's doing a 6.0s. He had a bad lap of that last one with an 8.4 though, and must have had another off. Now he's down in the 5.8s again. Third place, Mike Stahl, circulating a 5.82, running in yellow. Car looks good, looks planted, looks fast. We had a rider. Oh no, he rear-ended and took the exhaust pipe off. That's the car in front, Farley, not that one. It was Frankie's car, lost his exhaust system in the back. No harm, no foul. He's going to keep charging.
Illegal advantage, open headers. Here we go.
Oh, open headers, John doesn't like it. Car will be loud. Frankie's off and running again. Hot pursuit of Jim in orange. Oh, we have a little collision going on. Uncharacteristically off by Jim, but Richard recovered for him, put him back in the lane. Yellow car's proving to be pesky, but the yellow car is in yellow lane, folks. Jim has stopped on the straight, now he's off again. Not sure what happened there. He had a little braid issue, I think. His car's shooting off the lane on orange. Maybe the braids are giving him some grief. Mike Stoll just came off. Oh, Frankie came off again on green. Farley's solid on white. He hasn't come off yet. He's doing a magnificent job. Not quite as quick as the other cars out there at the moment, but they are circulating quite quickly. All in the 5.7, 5.6 range. Oh, Jim knocked out a 5.5. Nice save by somebody. I heard the chatter. Oh, Farley just had it off on white. Back on again. Everybody's pushing it to the limit. Push, push, push.
10 seconds.
Heat's nearly over. We had a track call for some reason. Not sure why. Oh, we had a car come off on the lead onto the straight.
3, 2, 1, hit it. Track call.
Who's on deck? Braden is on deck. We had another track call. Peter came off on purple.
1, go.
He's back in.
End of stint.
End of stint.
Please change lanes.
Drivers have now changed lanes. Braden's coming in. And I think who would be going off would be...
We're going to set you up on these 3 lanes, blue, yellow, purple. Mikey, you're on deck.
Mikey, you're on deck.
UPS Mike, you're on deck.
Everybody at once. They're going to be on purple. Mike, you're on deck.
Frankie's going to service his car. Nice paint job on that car. A very light green with a dark green accent. Looks very nice.
30 seconds.
Jim's looking at his car, putting a sticker on it. Jim will be on white. Not his favorite lane, but he still does good on white. Farley's come off for now. He was the last guy on white.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Braden's coming in on green, getting his controller hooked up. Ted's checking his tires out. Look at the tires on the car. He seems to be okay with it. He's on purple. I don't know how he feels about that.
Hey, Herman, do it during your first game. What's that? Do it during your first game. Okay.
Peter's got his car serviced and back in the right lane.
30 seconds.
Peter will be on yellow. Jim's on white in the white car, the white Porsche sponsored 908/3, I think it is. It has no wings on the back, just a flat tail. Looking very much like the car that ran in Can-Am back in the day. There goes the 124th cars around the track. Here we go.
Here we go. 3,
We're back
1, go.
on the corkscrew in Modesto, California. at Motown Raceway on the corkscrew, racing 132 cars. Everybody's driving nice and smooth, staying in the slot so far. Ted's taking the lead in purple with 66, closely followed by Jim. No, Mike Stoll was 64. Now Jim was 64. Ted's got a 4-lap lead. No, I take that back, a 3-lap lead. 2-lap lead. No, it's 3-lap lead over Mike Stoll. Ted's cutting a 5.83 on purple, quite a quick time. Obviously likes purple lane. Getting around really nicely there. Mike Stoll's doing a 5.7 on orange, a very good time for orange. This car's, he likes orange, I can tell. Oh, he just had an off. Coming out of the keyhole. He's back in there though. Straight up to speed again. The man has no fear. Closely followed by Jim in white. He's knocking out a 5.6 on white, which is really quick for white lane. He's just...
Track code.
I hear it moving.
Uh-oh, what happened? Herman's looking at Jim's car. I think Jim has had a mechanical DNF.
But I heard it spinning. It wasn't going anywhere. No, I heard it spinning.
Herman said he heard it spinning, indicating maybe a loose gear or pinion. Jim has disconnected from the white lane. He's gone back into the pits to service the car. See what he can do with it. Okay, so Jim is in the pits with a drivetrain issue. That moves Mike Stoll up into second. Third place would be
1 minute.
Peter at the moment, when he catches up to Jim. Braden is circulating around there on green very well, and this beautifully painted blue Lola, no, blue NSR 908. Has a great, kind of not checkered, but a light blue, medium blue and a dark blue pattern on it with white sides. Looks very nice. Jim's coming back. He's looked at his car, decided that he can run some more. He's in the slot again. Here he goes. I think he's fixed his car. Maybe it was a loose spur gear on the rear axle. Had come loose, unfortunately. Braden's lapping in the 5.5s on green lane. Exceedingly quick for that little NSR 908. 25k motor limit in this class. Coming in on green is UPS Mike. Braden was the first one. Let's see. Braden with a 5.59. I was the quickest car on the track in that last heat on green.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Ian Douglas has previously done a 5.502. In fact, Ian holds all the track records for this class, Can-Am at Modesto, Motown, Raceway in Modesto. He's in the very low, the mid to low 5s on every lane. But I think we might see something out of Braden here. He's very close with his 5.59. He's, is it 7/1000 slower than Ian's best time? Wow, we're having some fun over there on the big track. I can hear him giggling away. Kids are here with the 124s. Having a little, using a few rental cars on the big track.
30 seconds.
All the cars are back in the slot. The drivers have changed their lanes. Mike Stoll will be on white. UPS Jim will be UPS Mike will be on green. Peter's on orange. Brader's on blue. Ted's on yellow, and Frankie is on purple. Farley's going in the hole to be the marshal. Not a very envious position to be in, but he is a small stature gentleman. Some of us bigger guys have a hard time moving around in there. He does have a seat to sit on, which alleviates the knee pain from kneeling in that position. It's the other way to marshal that turn. Okay, here we go. Braden's cooking on blue. Doing a 5.6, 4.6 on blue. Car's handling very nicely. Quick down the straightaway. Quick and stable in the turns. Well, we had a big crash coming off the main straight into the short chute. I think that was Ted slammed into Mike Stoll, unfortunately. Cars look okay, they continue on. We have a pink 908 out there on green lane. UPS Mike with a pink 908, looking always on his lid. Farley grabbed it, put it back in the slot. That was a tough one in the keyhole. He might have scratched the helmet. Upside down turtle coming down the carousel. Frankie came off on the lead on over the bridge. Jim got him back in the slot quickly. We continue on. Everybody's picking up speed, getting more comfortable with the car's handling. Peter's doing great with the 917/10 NSR car. Getting the hang of the pace. I think it might be his first or second race with this car. Not too bad for an Aussie. A fellow man from the southern climes, as myself, from the Antipodes, Antibidens, something like that we're called. At least we're both in the Commonwealth, so that's okay.
1 minute left.
Cars are booking around. Brady just had it off on blue. John got him back in though. He's back in the hunt. He's wants to be in the lead again. He's pushing as hard as he can. He's fighting with Mike Stoll on white. They're having a great battle for a couple of laps here. Braden's just pulled out a couple of carlings though. He's determined to keep in the lead of this heat.
30 seconds.
UPS Mike is right behind him though. Not to be denied. Sitting pretty in the pink car. Pretty in pink, you know what they say. He's coming up on Mike Stoll. All Braden heading off. The boys got by him. Both cars just zip right by.
10 seconds.
I think Mike. Who's in the lead now?
End of stint.
Oh, end of stint. There we go. We have 29 for Braden. UPS Mike 29.99, almost 30. Fraction off. Frankie with a 29.69. Ted with a 30. He was the man of the heat. I'm on deck, so I'll be leaving here in a minute, folks. It's been nice chatting with you. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. All the way from Motown Raceway in Modesto, California.
Attention. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Young John's just giving me some jibes and geography lessons. Well, I'm going to bid you goodbye. It's goodbye from Kiwi and say hi to Jim Rose.
Okay, thanks Mike Andrews from Silicon City Speedway for doing some volunteer announcing, and we're going into Heat 5 of 12 of the Can-Am race. This is the third race of the day. We always run just one big round robin. We will sort the results afterwards, so there'll be a separate podium for the experts and the amateurs, but it's all run together. So same format we do every race. First race of the day is qualifying, sort heats by qualifying. Second race is round robin by driver classifications, and the third race is a big free-for-all round robin. So here we go with heat number 5. We have no idea who's leading in these round robins because some people have been on the track another lane or two as opposed to some of the others. We know who's going fast, but we don't know where they are relative to the others. You see Braden's got 60 laps, Ted's got 120, which is because he's run 2 more heats. Hopefully, if he only has to run 1 more heat, he's in good shape. The Can-Am class here at Motown is open to slotted Can-Am cars, NSR Can-Am cars, Thunder Slot Can-Am cars. It's very loose interpretation of what a Can-Am car is because we have 908s and that sort of ran, technically ran in Can-Ams, but are not what I would consider a traditional Can-Am car. The rules are very similar to GT3 in that you can change chassis stiffnesses. You're allowed to change gear ratios, tires and wheels like all the classes here. And but it is not a spec motor. This is one of the few that you can run anything up to a rated by the manufacturer limit of 25,000 RPMs. So we see a lot of different things here. I'm running a stock motor, a NSR 21K, geared up 1430, and it runs great. Some guys run 25Ks and kind of everything in between. So a big variety in this class in terms of motors and cars. The NSR 908 has kind of become the dominant car. Braden, I think, has finally figured out the low. He's running really good. He's on purple and that blue and white logo going down the straightaway. I believe Braden's running a 25K Cahoza motor. That's what he usually runs. He's running in the 5.5s. He's on the purple lane. My car was running in the 5.5s, but I had the spur gear basically come loose and slide off, so the pinion and the spur gear were not talking to each other the way they're supposed to be, so I fixed that. But I'm kind of out of it for the podium. Because we have 12 heats. I just came off from white, so I'll be off for 5 heats and come back in on green. So 1 minute to go. Like Braden is leading this heat. UPS Mike is in second. They're on the same lap in this heat. Braden with a 5.55, Mike with a 5.61, Ted is a 5.75, Frankie a 5.8. The others are in the 6s. If you hear some kids screaming in the background, we're not doing that. They're just having fun on the other track. That's for today. It's typically a rental track. They run 24 scale cars on that on Friday night. It's a big hill climb. You go onto the website on Motown Raceway. There's pictures of all the tracks. And that is heat number 5.
Sorry. I think it went faster without it.
I caught you, Mike.
Sorry. It slipped right out of my hands.
Okay, we got Kiwi Mike coming out of the rotation sit-up spots. He'll be on green. Green is the lane you come in on. When you run white, then you sit out for 5 heats. This is the last race of the day for Can-Am. We will be back in 2 weeks for the MR Slot Car Challenge, sponsored by MR Slot Car. It's actually an Electric Dreams race, but they're going on the road and it's going to be held here at Motown in 2 weeks. It's a 2-day race with a day for practice. Qualifying will be on Saturday, 2 weeks from today. The race will be on Sunday. It will be live streamed on Electric Dreams because they're bringing their whole video crew from what we understand. And so the race will be live streamed on the Electric Dreams site. So go to Electric Dreams and YouTube and sign up for that if you haven't done that. And it is for MR Slot Car Jaguar XK220s only. It's a spec class race. There's a spec motor, a spec gear, a spec wheel, a spec tire, which are all parts you have to purchase for the car to run it in that race. Spec motor is a 22.5 flat 6, sourced from Slotted. It's an extremely good motor. It's the same motor that you find in the Racer Sideways Group 5 and the Slotted LMP cars, but this one's a 22.5 version where those are 20,500. So same size motor, the flat 6, but a little bit more power. And those motors jump off the corners. Good motor. When you look at the flat 6, it looks like a long can like you'd find in an NSR angle winder, but it's flatter. And it's a proprietary motor made to specs from Slotted. So they're the only ones that really have it. And it's a little bit lower center of gravity, a little bit lighter than the long can, but has lots of power and not quite the excess torque that the long cans do. So it's a little bit easier to drive. That race is coming up in 2 weeks. Hoping to see some of the guys from Southern California come up to the race. Marco's going to be here from Electric Dreams. And I have the, quote, privilege of pitting next to him. So we'll see how that goes. Halfway through Heat 6. See who's out front here in this heat. Frankie's Braden first to 17. Frankie's in second. UPS Mike is third in this heat. It's a little bit misleading because if you stop right before the lap counter from the previous heat, when the heat starts, you get a lap right away. So the actual leader of this heat could be a lap off from the person that actually ran the most laps.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So we're almost to the end of Heat 6, so halfway through the race. So one driver will be done. And it looks like that's probably Ted because he's got the most laps.
10 seconds. Almost finished. Please stand, please.
Well, that was a good round. That was a good round. I wanted the bridge for you want my fraction of the lap on it?
Yep. Got it.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Attention, 1 minute left.
Okay, here we go with heat number 7 of 12.
3, 2, 1, go.
Try to catch up on the chat a little bit. Evil Beetle Customs, they do, I think, wing car racing once a month on the hill climb track. Obviously not on this track, not conducive to wing car racing. You could run them. John D, g'day to Australia, 9:30 in the morning there. This track was built probably 30 or 40 years ago. Have to do some research and find out exactly when it was built. It was built by Monty Oren, who passed away a few years ago, and it was located in Southern California at Uncle Cal's for a long time. It's called the Corkscrew, with a K, Corkscrew with a K. It's kind of small for 24 scale racing, and perfect size for 32nd scale racing. If you're not familiar with Monty Oren, if you ever raced 24 scale and heard of Best of the West motors, he made some of the best 24 scale motors out there for production class racing and others, and he's the one that actually built this track. So I want to thank him. Like I said, unfortunately he's no longer with us, but it's been in Northern California now for quite a while. But it has a long history of 24 scale racing. We started racing on this about 3 years ago here. 1 minute left in this heat. Looks like we've got Braden out front. 22 laps in this heat. Kiwi Mike is out there on blue trying to make a slotted car run fast, run with the NSRs. See how he's doing. He's running 5.96, so it's not too bad. It's not going to be winning times.
Understand. Please change lanes.
I was off for like half a heat. But
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Braden was asking me how many heats that I have left because I'm going to sit out right now. I think I have 3 left. I think I have green, blue, and purple.
Oh, yeah, Russ loved that one over there.
30 seconds.
Is it yours? You got it, buddy.
Okay, here we go with heat number 8 of 12.
What are you talking about?
Braden had a smile on his face, but now
No, he's already been.
So here we go.
2, 1, power.
I lifted when I got. I barely.
Braden leading the heat from in the white lane in the blue and white Lola, NSR Lola. See what else we got out there. We do have the slotted McLaren on the purple lane, Kiwi Mike. See another Lola, the pink Lola on the orange lane. It's like a Thunder slot McLaren on the yellow lane. That's Big John. I know Herman is on the blue lane. He's running a NSR 908. UPS Mike turning up the heat a little bit. Running 5.5s on the orange lane. He won the first race, the Group C race. One minute to go.
Attention, 1 minute left.
UPS Mike leading the heat. He's on lap 22. Braden just turned 22. Herman just turned 22. So everybody's on the same lap in this heat. Braden at 5.6 on the white lane. UPS Mike at 5.5. Herman at 5.7. These cars are running almost identical lap times to the GT3 cars, but the GT3 cars are big and heavy in comparison. These are really small, lightweight bodies. Body makes a big difference in these cars. I'm not talking about 24 scale Lexan bodies that weigh less than a gram probably. These are in the 14, 15 gram range. GT bodies are in the 18 to 20 gram range. And that's the heat. Hey, shout out there to Daniel and HFS answered this. This is Modesto, California. We're about an hour south of Sacramento, about 6 hours north of Electric Dreams. So I know a lot of people say you guys must race at Electric Dreams a lot, and quite a few people do, but it's 6 to 7 hour drive down there, so it's a good distance to try to go down for a local race. Big state. About 8 hours, 7 hours for me, 7.5 hours from my house in Sacramento to Electric Dreams. When I go north up to the Frey HO race in Ferndale, that's about 5.5, 6 hours north. So you could easily drive 12 hours and still stay in the state, even at legal speeds. Farley's in on green. You can see the lights blinking there, just to the right of the center. The blinking light indicates the lane you are going to. To the left of that is the results from the last heat. The very far right column are the track records for this class per lane. Rhonda.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, I'm going to try to get Mark Pollard, the track owner here at Modesto, to come up and do the announcing for the rest of the day, because I am up next after 5 heats of sit-out. So I'll be coming in on green, then I'm going to run blue, and then purple. And that will finish the heat. So I will be on the track during the last heat. I had a problem in one of the heats. My car is really fast, but the gear backed off. These are Sidewinder cars, and the gear moved slightly, so the gear was no longer talking to the pinions. So I had to pit to change that or to fix that, and that cost me any chance of the podium in this class today. And that's racing. Sometimes you have mechanicals. So like I said, I'm going to be signing off here after this heat and go try to run the rest of the race with my car. So I want to thank all you for watching NorCal Slot Car Scene. And we'll be on here, I'm not sure how many more races we're going to do on NorCal Slot Car Scene, but at some point we will be transferring this over to Modesto Slot Car Raceway channel on YouTube. So make sure you go over to Modesto Slot Car Raceway and subscribe to that channel. The next race is the MR Slot Car Challenge, and that will be broadcast on the Electric Dreams YouTube channel, because it is an Electric Dreams race, but it's being held here. So I am going to turn this over to Mark Pollard, and thanks for everybody for watching, and we'll see you at the next race.
So what have you been telling them, Jim, so I don't say the same thing?
I told him that we need a new track owner here.
New track owner?
New track owner.
Okay, I'm in. Who wants to buy it?
Who wants to buy it? Anybody out there want to buy a slot car track? Everything here is for sale.
And everything's always for sale, except for my wife.
Except for his wife. Very nice lady. Yeah. So if you buy the slot car track, you also inherit a grandson. That's right.
Yeah, you got to take Braden with you. All right, sports fans. Motown Mark back under action here. Jim's going to get up and race. I'm going to finish this off. Since I've been handling other business, let me see what's going on here. All right. 12. I haven't been paying attention. I've been up front.
Yeah, yellow.
As business owner, you got to keep your eyes on a swivel. Make sure people are happy, and we're taking care of them the best we can. It's like UPS Mike is on his final.
No more of that, Mike.
It's got to be his final heat. UPS Mike.
94.
94.
I got.
So UPS Mike finished with a 181.94. I don't know if he's likely the first. Surprisingly lower lap total than I thought we would have for this. We were about 3 laps higher for GT3, and these Can-Ams are known to be pretty darn quick. So kind of wondering. As I said, I just walked up, so I'm not aware of what's been going on up till now. Alright, so Jim's in the 5, Herman's in the 5. All right, right now we got Herman in lead, 16 laps. Kiwi Mike's close behind with 15. Tight race between Donnie, Herman, and Kiwi Mike right now. Farley's sitting at 15 laps, where Big John and Jim are also 15 laps. I don't know what's going on with Jim. We'll see. I expect Jim to outpace the field as he goes forward here. Kiwi Mike's got an issue here. Don't know what's going on, but yep, Kiwi Mike's car is, or Jim's car is acting up. Don't know what's going on.
Please change lanes.
Uh, 46 for white. 46.
46.
Alabo.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay. Where's my car, babe? Give Mike the white sticker. Now you owe me 2, Mike.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Motor's kind of a puke. The motor's kind of a puke. You got new ones in the counter? Boy. I got more at home.
Yeah, but those cobalt ones are no good. Cobalt motors are no good.
Are you sure?
I bet it would shred a gear and a
30 seconds.
Yeah, that's probably.
Some decent ties on it.
Three, two, one, go.
All right. Sorry, haven't been tending some business here.
Track
Kiwi Mike at 148 laps. Not going to surpass
3, 2, 1, go.
180. 181, I mean. Jim, I think, is off the pace, and he's going to be content to play with his car. Everybody's got 7 laps here, competitive. Right now, you can see that, I think Jim might have said something, who knows, but Ian, who's not with us today, holds all the lap records. I'm sorry, the track records for each lane here. That was on an especially powerful day for a lot of people. The track was optimal. Hard to see anybody breaking that, but we've had a couple low 5.5s just on the wrong lanes today. So Ian holds all 6 lanes. Congratulations for that, Ian. Everyone's gunning for these records, but nobody can seem to get close enough.
3, 2, 1, out.
Kiwi Mike will finish around 175, 176, I think.
Attention, 1 minute left.
We're still going to have 2 podiums today. For this, we'll have sportsman and expert. And this has been a round-robin race, so it's a mix of sportsmen and experts racing together, which is always interesting. In a lot of ways, that's the way it should be. We like to race round-robin races every one of our racing sessions. It makes the experts fight harder for lap counts, and it makes the sportsmen helps them improve by racing against someone. Kiwi Mike. $63. All right, we're going into our last heat. You need a 30, Herman. 30. You need 30. 181.08 is third. 181.94. First is out of reach. Yeah. So Herman's going for the podium right here. I think he's the one with the shot. We'll see. We'll watch to see how it goes. Again, Motown's getting ready to have the Electric Dreams sponsored and run MR Slot Car Challenge up here at Motown Raceway in Modesto. That'll be May 17th and 18th. We encourage any LA-based racers that haven't signed up yet, please do so. Go to motownraceway.com, go to the online ordering, and feel free to register and order all the parts you need. We will arrange for you to pick those parts up directly at Electric Dreams, and to make it easy so we don't have to wait. So a few short weeks away, but plenty of time to get that XJ220 MR slot car Jaguar ready for the race. And then in June 21st and 2nd, Electric Dreams will hold their version of the same race, the MR Slot Car Challenge, at Electric Dreams Slot Cars in El Segundo, California. We recommend everyone signing up for that race also. We'll have a representation of the NorCal racers coming down to LA for the race as well. So we're looking for a strong contingent to go down there, and we're hoping to have some LA racers still signing up and coming up here.
Track cool.
Yep, tires are dirty now.
3, 2, 1, power.
Herman's on pace to get the podium. It's very close right now. He's got a minute to go, possible 10 laps, so he's right there in the hunt.
Invalid time detected.
Be sure to visit Motown on Facebook. Motown Raceway on Facebook. We're very big there. We have a lot of news, race results, and everything posting on that Facebook account. So please visit us there. We also live stream drag racing here. We have, if you look on YouTube, Motown will have our last drag race. We live stream there, and we graciously let NorCal list the race on their YouTube site, so we can share with a bigger audience than we currently have. All right, white 40, green 60, orange 89, blue 18, yellow 63. Wait. Okay. And purple. Okay. So we got Braden, UPS Mike, and Herman. And then we will have Donnie, Big John, and Farley. We inadvertently put Kiwi Mike in the other class the first race. That was a oops.
Is that what it is? I think so. Wow. I toughed it out, huh?
All 908. All 908. Yeah, Jim, by 1 thou.
Come on, Donnie, smile.
Smile, Johnny, Johnny.
I can tell you one thing, no matter where John finishes, he has the best smile of everybody. I'm very confident.
You want to turn it off?
Yes.
Yeah. So do your outro?
Let me just end this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. I need a lot of weight.
So there we go. We want to thank everybody for signing on board to the Motown Raceway 132nd race today. And we look forward to the next series of racing that we do. Thank you. Braden?